on both platforms, one and then the other, although I'm sure streamers
Hey,
workarounds so they don't have to double
mic check,
if they want to stream to another
desktop ducking check, perfect.
services that aren't web-based Twitch-like services that support streaming for extended periods though, so TikTok and
This is what I'm listening to.
okay. But as for YouTube and Facebook, Twitch says, we believe engaging with two streams at once can lead to a suboptimal experience for your community, which is
Indeed,
a massive
yes.
cop-out. Twitch actually meant to say
that allowing viewers to choose which streaming service to watch their favorite streamer on can lead to a suboptimal revenue experience for their accounting department.
Fix that for you, Twitch. Speaking of
That's funny.
It's time to get your weekly rapid-fire dose of bite-sized tech news. Here are your tech briefs. Corsair debuted their new bendable Xeneon Flex 240Hz OLED gaming monitor at Gamescom this week, and a bunch of tech reviewers, such as myself, got to take a first look at it as well. It's a cool concept for some, others think the bendy thing is more of a gimmick, but I will say that a 240Hz ultra-widescreen OLED panel gaming experience was really nice, regardless of the bending part. And if you're in the same boat, maybe consider LG's newly announced UltraGear 45GR95QE. That's the easily repeatable model name of this monitor right here. LG manufactures the 42-inch 3440
First thing we want to do is
panel in the Corsair Xeneon Flex, so it's only natural
hop
that they'd
online.
monitor with that panel too. But theirs has a fixed 800R curve rather than being bendy like Corsair's. All the other stats are the same. This could also give us a comparison to see how much of an upcharge Corsair wants for the bending feature in their monitor, but unfortunately no word on price yet for either one. We do have a price for the new LTT backpack though. It is $250. And it comes with the bonus feature of damaging the street cred you built up over a 10+ year career on YouTube. If you've been following the drama over the past week or two, you might also know that the backpack now comes with a warranty. Gamers Nexus rebuffed the LMG approach to providing warranty coverage for their merch in a hardware news spot 2 weeks ago, and then they followed up Wednesday to tell Linus and company formally that they are no longer in the YouTube Friends group and have been moved to the Manufacturers We Have Zero Trust In group in the GN Rolodex. Personally, I give zero fucks about this whole thing. Let's move on. Something you may give a fuck about, or at least something that might cause you to utter a few choice expletives, is the breach over at LastPass that was made public Thursday. LastPass is a password management service used by more than 33 million people, but fortunately it appears that no passwords were actually stolen in the breach that took place about 2 weeks ago. Source code and proprietary information seems to be all that the attackers made off with, although that seems dangerous enough in and of itself. But for now, users...
They said it could be from or to,
according to their
so I guess as long as it leaves from Montana, that's cool. And they need to be 100 miles.
Was breached too. And this time, intruders accessed a proprietary database where they stole password data, usernames, and emails belonging to at least half of Plex's 30 million users. Passwords were hashed and secured in accordance with best practices, but Plex has forced a password reset for all of their users just to be safe. They say they've already fixed the root cause of the breach too, but a reminder to everyone, if you reuse login names and passwords across multiple sites, then only one of those sites needs to be breached for that information to be compromised. Try checking out how
It doesn't show the length, does it? Oh.
Credentials appear in any of these known databases. A couple more quick stories in a mini Tales from Space segment to end the show. AMD isn't the only one with a big launch event tomorrow. NASA's Artemis 1 moon mission is currently go for launch, also tomorrow, August 29th at 8:33 a.m. Eastern Time. Although backup dates are also set for September 2nd and 5th if conditions aren't
Time
ideal.
to hit the road.
It's the first launch of NASA's Space Launch System, or SLS, which can carry a 59,000-pound payload into lunar orbit and beyond. Tomorrow it will carry an unmanned Orion capsule, which will spend 42 days traveling 1.5 times around the moon and venturing out farther than any spacecraft built for humans has ever flown before returning to Earth. If all goes well, the second mission, dubbed Artemis 2,
I'm cheating, but what do you want from me, you know?
That should
I'm only human after all.
Never mind. I'll find a new route.
Dark and scary. But this week I discovered perhaps
Turn
the
right.
darkest and scariest of things that exists. What a black hole sounds like.
Get
NASA
ready to turn
Exoplanets
right.
on Twitter shared this unnerving and soul-destroying sound with us
Turn
all.
right.
And they even explained that yes, there is sound in space as long as there is enough gas floating around to pick up the waves. The specific galaxy we are hearing is Perseus, and the data comes from NASA's Chandra X-ray Observatory. It has been amplified and mixed with other data to bring it into our hearing range. And if you listen long enough, you can pick out a whole range of creepy things you might be hearing, mostly apparitions.
Creepy things.
Spawn, or simply the agonized cries of helpless souls damned to an
Now, because this is an external contract, a World of Trucks job, as the community calls it, I'm governed to 65, no matter the speed limit, even if the speed limit's 80. I'm completely governed.
So there you have it, guys, the call of the void, and also the tech news for the week. And if you liked it, click that like button or leave me a comment down below. While you're down there, all the articles I talked about today are linked in the description. Interested, and check out my store at paulshardware.net for high-quality merchandise, t-shirts, hoodies, beer sets, and more, including my new gameplay designs. Subscribing to my channel is always a good call, too. Thanks again for watching, everyone, and we'll see you next time.
this problem. So I just had to keep rolling continuously the whole time, 6-8 hours, if I was moving boxes around the room, because if I stopped, I wouldn't remember when it started. So I ended up with gobs of useless footage just because my camera sucked. But as bad as that was, it didn't really harm me all that much because the files this camera outputs are not very good. The maximum quality mode of this camera is only 25 megabits. That's actually the same as the $200 Canon here, and only marginally better than the Sony, which I think is like 12. It's also identical to a DV camcorder from 1987. It's H.264 instead of DV, so it's not quite comparable, but it's still a painfully low bitrate, especially for 60 FPS HD. There's an advantage to it, however. At 25 megabits, you can record an awful lot of footage without really thinking about it. It's only about 3 megabytes per second, or 187 megabytes per minute, or about 10 megabytes per hour, meaning a 128
Keep
gig
right,
SD card
and then
can get
exit
nearly
right.
13 hours of recording. And since the Panasonic has 2 SD card slots,
Exit
I could
right.
put a 128 in both of them and roll for a whole day if I had to. Since these files were so small, my standard workflow was to pull the cards from the camera, put them in my computer, and just copy all the files off like any normal human being. So managing my video files was not
Turn
hard.
left.
But of course, the Panasonic was, after all, terrible. I hated its guts, and I still do. I didn't learn until a year after I bought this thing that it's basically one of those house of worship cameras that all the manufacturers make. They're sold in kits of like 3 or 4 to churches. And to put it mildly, these prioritize live shooting features and low cost over quality. I really let myself get gotten on this thing, and I only keep it around because I wouldn't want to sell it and thus
Go straight
flip it
on.
someone else. Still, it's kind of this picture of Dorian Gray that sits in the corner and gets uglier every time I look at it. It reflects the ugliness of my own soul. So when I had the money and I learned a little bit more, I made my first proper upgrade to a camera that I knew wasn't a complete clown show. That was the Blackmagic Pocket Cinema 6K, which I will someday do a video about. But for now, here's a JPEG because, you know, it's the thing I'm shooting this on, so I can't really show it to you. Blackmagic actually fails the direct controls for everything test that made me want the Panasonic. If you didn't know better, you'd think it looks way less functional. In fact, almost everything is
Fatigue simulation.
have all these buttons and knobs, but it's a much bigger and better designed screen.
Means you gotta take breaks, you gotta rest, turn your truck off, grab a coffee.
Despite having a touchscreen, it is far easier to use than the Panasonic. Plus, now that my girlfriend has volunteered to operate the camera for all my shoots, I don't need remote control anymore. She takes care of everything. I can come up with complaints about the Pocket Cinema 6K if I really wanted to, but I don't. I love it. It does what I want, I can rely on it, and it only costs a little more than the Panasonic, which, I can tell you, still really stings.
This trailer shouldn't be an issue, but you know, with me,
Stunning. I am regularly
there's a 99.9% chance that something fucked up's gonna happen.
From a real camera, and I'm astonished that this is how it works.
And I just can't stop it. It's a force of nature. It's a law of physics.
That in 20 years, nobody would own still cameras anymore. We just have high-speed camcorders and we pick out interesting stills. That's kind of what's happened if you wanted to do photography that way. Like, you could. get a Blackmagic or another, prosumer cinema camera, set it to a high shutter angle and just point it at things, and later you'd be able to pick out some beautiful images. It's like I'm taking a high-resolution DSLR still photo 60 times a second. It's incredible. But, of course, there's a price for that performance, and it's all about storage. As I've said many times before, video is the great space filler. You're hard-pressed to come up with anything that can fill up a hard drive quite that fast. There's a lot of you that have probably chewed through terabytes of storage with your extremely legal movie and television collections on your Plex servers. But the people who produce all that video are on a whole other level. We look at an 18 terabyte hard drive and go, oh, is that all?
That's a lie.
To give you an idea, here's a folder that contains all my finished projects since I got this camera.
Oh, I'm fucked, buddy.
Rendered out files that I upload to YouTube. It's about 1 terabyte all on its own, and this folder contains all of the raw footage for all those, in case I ever need to re-render or reuse footage from an earlier project, and that's about 1.7 terabytes. It doesn't sound like that much, but it's also only like a dozen or so projects, and it's chewing up about 3 TIBs. That's how I say terabytes for short. That's not nothing, and if I was one of those like 3 video a week YouTubers, or if I was shooting a lot more B-roll or multiple angles, this would be 4 or 5 times that size. Also, this is not the original footage.
Oh, I'm fucked, buddy.
Keep right, and then turn right.
About 40 megabits.
That's some bullshit. I just turned it on. How you gonna have a full fucking...
All of my archive footage.
I thought it,
Compressed with H.265, which has...
I thought it reset it when you turned it on.
It can store my 10-bit 4K 60 FPS footage with almost no perceptible loss in quality at only around 10 megabits per second. So this all sounds pretty reasonable. 8 terabyte hard drives are under $200 now, so what exactly am I whining about here? Well, unfortunately, those bit rates are only practical for archival purposes. The camera I'm actually shooting with does not record at those comfortable, quaint bit rates. It goes a little bit over. Here's a clip from the video you're watching right now. Isn't post-processing magical? This dialogue shows all the details of the encoding. I shoot in 4K, 60 FPS, with Apple's ProRes 422HQ codec, and the highlighted number there is the bit rate. Now, this is not a bug in my media player. It's not supposed to say kilobits. This footage is playing back at 1100 megabits. That is a little over a gigabit per second. I don't exactly...
That's unnecessary.
Blackmagic themselves say it should only be about 940 megabits, so where the extra 200 comes from, I don't know. But I've done the math, and the file sizes confirm it. This is a tremendous amount of data.
It's unnecessary.
Staggering speed as well. To give you an idea, if you were to plug my camera into a gigabit Ethernet cable and ask it to push its video across the network, it would instantly saturate the connection, 0 to 100. I've tried playing a raw clip.
Are you fucking kidding me? Where's the fucking train?
You can't watch it. To put too fine a point on this, 1100 megabits is about 138 megabytes per second, or about 8 gigabytes per minute for the Europeans out there. That means that if you press the record button on this camera by accident, by the time you realize your mistake and hit it again, you'll have recorded at least half a gig of footage. It is a mind-boggling amount of data. At this rate, you can fill a terabyte in 2 hours. And that presents some really interesting problems because this is an objectively high-end speed bracket still for consumer storage. And also because video shoots often run for far more than 2 hours. I've been here for 8 hours before, rolling tape for nearly the entire time. That comes out to 4 terabytes of footage. Where the hell do you put all that? Well, it turns out that's kind of an unsolved problem. If you didn't know better, you would think that a memory card format would have popped up to solve for this.
Turn left.
But as far as I can tell, that didn't really happen, at least not in the consumer or prosumer market, because they don't really need it. As actual pro cameras went...
He's not kidding, you do save a lot of time.
Media in the mid-2000s, products did appear. Examples are the Panasonic P2, which I covered in a video a couple years ago, basically an incredibly expensive SD card, and also Sony's SXS a few years later. But the cameras that these were made for were intended for television, news, that sort of thing. They usually shot at maybe 50 megabits because they were just going to broadcast over ATSC in the end, and that's only about 20 megabits. The cards were also fantastically expensive. A 32 gig SXS cost something like $800 in 2009, and they also never made them much bigger than 128 gigs, and they weren't really fast enough for modern video, but they were succeeded eventually, for instance with Sony's XQD and AXS cards, which are certainly fast enough, but again, the slots for them, as far as I've seen, only ever show up in pro-grade equipment, and the cards are either far too small, ludicrously expensive, or both. XQD has the speed, but the size tops out at 256 gigs, while AXS goes up to 1 terabyte, but costs a cool $4,000. I don't know what other formats might exist. I think Panasonic has had some stuff with similar prices and limitations, and I've never seen any of it show up in the sub-pro market where I am. All this is just to give you an idea how much companies want to charge for the privilege of truly high-quality video. Honestly, blame them. If you're a genuine consumer walking into Best Buy to get a camera, I don't think you can buy one that comes anywhere close to the kind of disc-gobbling output that I'm talking about with this camera. And even those people who are shooting like 4K 60 are probably doing it on a phone directly into a format like H.265. My Blackmagic Pocket Cinema 6K, as the name suggests, is sold as a cinema camera. It's supposed to have absolute maximum image quality. Likewise, Sony's AXS cards are
I know, I'm trying.
another line of cinema cameras.
And then
these are products that are closer kin to Red and Ari.
I don't think I'm gonna make it.
Camcorders. And shorter video, I don't know what else anyone would need speeds like this for. So there's virtually no market for cheap, large, extremely high-speed portable storage. To be fair, there are SD cards, SDXC specific, which can get these write speeds, but they never come in sizes above 256 gigs as far as I can tell, so unless you're only interested in rolling for a half hour before switching cards, that's good. To be fair, pros might do that, but I don't and can't.
This load is not very heavy at all.
Date on this info. 1 terabyte SDXC cards with the necessary speeds do exist, and Blackmagic certifies some for my camera. However, there don't seem to be any on the market larger than 1 terabyte, and the maximum read speed only seems to be about a couple hundred megs per second. As I'll get to, neither of those really satisfactory for my use. And there's some
I'm trying. I'm not even close.
It would fix both of these problems, but it seems like vaporware, nothing like that exists, and my camera won't support it anyway. So, we now return to Dharma and Gray. That leaves only one actual option, that would be CFast, the supposed successor to Compact Flash, which you've never seen or heard of, neither has anybody else. You can, in fact...
Ooh, that's a Stady. I'm glad I slowed down.
...speed, and it'll cost you $700. Almost 4 times the price.
You can't even get away with 5 over outside of the highway.
With twice the capacity. I can only speculate on.
Well, let me rephrase that. Outside of the interstate.
There's just no market. I don't know what you would use one of these for, other than filmmaking, for which it is assumed you have the money to afford it.
Go straight on.
It's not a state. Yeah, it is State Trooper.
Cameras, among others, have brought film-grade video to a ton of people who don't have movie-style budgets, like myself.
There should be a rest spot right there. Not gonna lie.
Stings. As a result, I have never
Or right there.
putting a CFast or SDXC card into one of these cameras. Instead, everyone I see is adorned with one of these.
Oh, of course he's going the same way as me.
Which hit the market in 2017, and it's essentially a 840 EVO grade SATA SSD packed into a tiny aluminum can with a USB adapter built in. You can plug this into your PC over USB-C and probably play most modern AAA 3090 killers off of it because it can read and write at nearly 500 megabytes per second sustained. This is, relatively speaking, a smoking hot piece of tech, although it is a few years old. Despite being as fast as it is, it's priced similarly to comparable desktop drives at only about $200 for a 2 terabyte model, which absolutely crushes CFast into value.
Alright, I'm getting close to the rest spot. I might make it.
Has become a de facto standard for videography. This, to a lot of people, is digital film, to the extent that Blackmagic themselves have certified them as approved media. The numbers just make sense. Now, obviously, there's no slot for this on the camera, so where the hell do you put it? Well, the answer, as you can guess, sucks. You go to Amazon, and for about $30, you can get an aluminum frame that's custom shaped to fit these specific drives. So you need a little clamp to hold the cable in place and everything. You screw this to the top of your camera or your rig. Just slide the drive in, and away you go. So
I know I'm almost there.
it sucks so much ass. You've got a cable hanging out of your device that can get snagged. The clamp covers up controls on top of the camera. I've had the plug fall out during shooting. This basically doesn't meet anyone's standards, and they're still gonna do it because the difference.
Come on, buddy.
Get ready to turn right.
Practice to save this much money. I don't really know what happens if Samsung stops making these, other than
Turn
probably
right.
the price on the used market skyrockets as people try to get more media to put in all the clamps they've bought. Samsung actually followed up the T5 a couple years later with the T7, which upgrades to NVMe internally, USB 3.2
Keep right,
externally,
and then
deliver over
turn
a
right.
gigabyte per second of read and nearly as much write.
Turn right.
Otherwise, they're identical, so they'll fit in the same brackets, and while there were apparently teething problems that required a firmware update from Blackmagic, you can now
Get
use
ready
these
to
with the
turn
Pocket
left.
Cinemas as well. Hi, it's me again. After I shot
Alright, fair.
and once it arrived, I found out that it doesn't fit most of the existing clamps because it's 2022, so they had to make it thinner. This doesn't really help in any way. The dimensions are nearly the same. It's the same width and a little bit longer, which seems
See, when you turn fatigue simulation off, all of that drama,
tiny drive, even
all of that tension. Oh, why did I start rolling backwards? That was weird. All of that tension's gone. It makes it too easy.
They're being used by pros who actually need them to stay the same dimensions versus the public who couldn't care less what size they are. They're just going to throw them in a bag. Is just beyond me. It mostly feels like spite. I think they did it to be mean. Now all the other benefits still remain. It's still fast as hell, but this is still a tremendously rude, completely unnecessary decision. So welcome to the future, where problems are guaranteed to never remain solved, no matter how much they look that way. Anyway, we now return you to Neon
Reroute.
Genesis Evangelion. So this more or less solves the problem on the storage front. This is what you're going to write your video to.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this load don't weigh shit,
Once you get it back to the editing room. That's this
because that includes my truck, which is ridiculous.
workflow with my SD cards and 25 megabit clips was to copy it all over to my hard drive. And that's just good sense. You don't want to edit off your originals. What if you press delete on the wrong file or lightning strikes? You could lose everything. So copy everything to your hard drive, then you pull the card out and stick it somewhere safe.
Turn left.
But how do you do that with 2 terabytes of footage? If I shoot for 4 hours, which is not uncommon, I'm going to fill up one of these drives. And if I want to copy that off my PC, I'm going to need an
Go
entire
straight on.
2 terabyte SSD that's completely empty at all times. I can't do anything else. It would just have to sit there, completely useless,
Turn
year
left.
round, except when I'm working on a video. And what's so wrong with that? Well, simply put, I don't have that kind of discipline. If I'm doing something on my PC and I need some
Get
disk
ready to
space and I
turn
can't
right.
find it anywhere else, I'm not going to be sensible. I'm going to dump that data on my editing SSD and tell myself I'll clean it up later. I won't do that. And when I need to unload one of these, I will not have the room to do it. This would totally trash my workflow, and besides, it wouldn't be one SSD because I sometimes fill up multiple. I actually own 3 of these T5s, tape A, tape B, tape C's in the camera right now. Usually I fill up at least one of them per shoot, and then about a quarter of another one for B-roll. But on really complex videos like the one I did about the X300 multi-user PC, I've even filled up all 3. That's 6 terabytes of video. That would require me to have $600 of SSDs sitting in my PC year-round that I can't use for any other purpose. I hate that. You can probably see why I convert all my files to H.265 for archiving. I can't possibly store them long-term at these sizes. A single video shoot would basically consume 1/2 to an entire
That was whip game.
forever.
Not really, because I hit the sign, but I had just enough room
So I can't just convert
after bouncing off of the sign.
because the codec just isn't designed for that purpose. If you load that into your video editor, every time you drag the playhead around, it's going to freeze for like 10 to 30 seconds. And it gets worse if you're stacking up multiple clips. It just doesn't.
So we can actually get back on the interstate and start heading towards the destination now.
Twice real time, only about 100 frames per second at best. So it takes hours to do it,
Keep
even with
left,
the assistance
and then
of an
turn
RTX
left.
3070 doing the encoding. But all of this is getting way ahead of
Turn
ourselves
left.
because just copying the contents of one SSD to my PC alone will take an hour. And that's not really workable because when I get home from a shoot, I want to start editing right away. I'm never going to have the discipline to wait that long. And it'll
Where was that one at?
fill up multiple multiple drives. And there are more angles to this, most of which are just based on my idiosyncrasies. But you know, I'm the person who has to put up with me. I gotta do what I need. I'm my manager. So this is a tough nut to crack for me. And in general, we're talking about a ton of data that needs to be read at a speed that is actually kind of challenging to consumer hardware. So this whole thing is hard to deal with. So how have I solved this up until now? Well, you know the answer to that already. I didn't. My process since I got phones, when I get home, I plug the SSDs into my USB cables and just dangle them over the
I think it registered me as going through on the yellow.
and then start editing directly.
That's lucky. I'm so lucky I didn't get a ticket for that.
A couple months ago, I picked up this Kingston dock. I put a non-affiliate link in the description since they're kind of hard to look up the model. It's not intended for this purpose at all. You're actually supposed to buy these
Keep
little
left.
modules with like a USB port or a single card reader and put them into these bays, sort of build your own custom memory card reader thing. It's actually really silly as a part. I don't know.
All right, and we're on the interstate headed towards the destination.
Five
Quick little detour. Had to rest up, grab a coffee, you know what I mean?
wiggle them pretty damn loose. So if you aren't careful, this is probably a great way to destroy the plugs on your drives, but it's a damn sight better than just hanging them.
We got more than enough fuel.
Having them on a desktop, just sort of laying there, which was what I was doing before. So now I can bring these home and just plug them in here and up on a shelf.
60 mph is not difficult to
That I'm still editing directly off the drive.
keep with this light load, so
On the drives plugged into the cables, one would actually come unplugged, which would crash to eventually resolve with unsafe changes.
we should ride the interstate most of the way there.
Do all my work. That's how bad.
Yep, ride I-90
And of
up to Billings.
gotten a virus, pressed delete in the wrong folder, or had one of these fail, and I would have just lost a whole shoot forever. In fact, this sort of happened a few weeks ago. I alluded to it in my last video, but I have an SSD in my desktop PC that I use for Scratch. That is, it's where I keep files that I need for current projects,
Keep
but
left.
which aren't the primary footage for things like ad clips, old videos that I'm referencing, static images, things like that. And it's also where I render out finished videos before I upload them, just sort of working space or in one place. Well, in the middle of working on a video about a month ago, my PC started freezing, and I investigated and found I was getting errors with my hard drive controller, which is what I'm using Scratch. I proceeded to back up the whole thing and got it to see errors, which told me the flash chips had in fact failed. This was hilariously the second time this had happened this year. My previous Scratch drive failed 6 months ago. I had to RMA with Samsung. The one that just died is the replacement they sent. It didn't even make it half a year. When the first one died, I lost a couple finished renders that I can't easily recreate. And the second time I lost one, I'll probably never get those back. I could re-render them, but I'm probably not going to. So that sucks. But this is really all my fault, and it's just because I'm a dumb baby doofus who didn't bother backing anything up. It's not that I didn't have a system for it. I actually put quite a lot of effort into one. Several years ago, I built an NAS, network attached storage, basically just a big file server built around a machine with a bunch of hard drives in it. Very similar to the one I have here, in fact. I actually suspected that my own NAS was built to compete with this one. It's also a GPU rack chassis, but instead of a Dell, it's a less well-known brand, Quanta. In retrospect, I wish I'd gotten a Dell for that machine, but I digress. I set this up originally for the same reason everyone does, theft. So my girlfriend and I could centralize our collections of very legally acquired console games and television shows, just like everyone who has a home has. Flex is the only thing anyone ever does with a server at home. Just steal shit. I also had plans to do many other things with virtual machine servers and other virtual machines, just NAS. Now, the most important thing for network attached storage is that it had lots of storage, and you can see from the picture that there are 12 yellow buttons on the front of that machine. Those are all hot swappable driveways, much like this guy has. Each one of these slots up here can take a hard drive or an SSD. Now I stuffed my own NAS full of 1 terabyte hard drive.
Look at him go.
Crap, but I also
Doing at least 80. Come on.
my work stuff, my finished videos and whatnot, and I had been doing a pretty good job.
That's why I'm trying to stay in the right lane.
So I wasn't. At the time that my last Scratch drive failed, I had not bothered to back anything up people might have solved this problem by building a NAS and setting up scheduled backups for their PC in the NAS. But I don't have the discipline for that either. See, I do many things on my PC. I play games and lots of stuff, and I have very poor sleep habits. So if I set up backups to run every day at midnight, well, they're going to start running while I'm still doing stuff, and I'm going to cancel them. So it doesn't really my time at 1 in the morning. I can set them to run at 3 a.m., but then they'll still be running when I come in the morning, and I'll cancel them then instead.
Keep
So
left.
by the time something fails, I will discover that I have canceled the last 2 months worth of backups. Now, there are other concerns here, increasingly nitpicky, honestly, but in short, I decided that I can't get myself to trust myself.
Oh god, that could have been a lot worse.
My discipline is not going to improve.
That could have been totally fucked.
And something that isn't intimately connected to my personal computer. I need something independent and automated.
Did they say anything about damage or offenses?
On severe disks, particularly the scratch drive, so that if one disk fails, even if the backup...
I don't think they made any exceptions for that, so I think as long as you get the load there, it counts.
No, I don't trust that. I've never known anyone who did it. And I'd expect it to make diagnostics harder than they already are, and whether any of that's true doesn't
And I need to go near to
I
Billings.
what I have experience with, and that happens to be Linux and CFS. Some people will probably disapprove of those choices for a multitude of reasons, but like I said, it's what I know, so it's what I'm using. I'm not up for debate. I've already built it. I'm not changing it. I'm just going to explain what I'm doing.
That's insane.
Apply to me, maybe not you.
That's gnarly.
This is the new server. I've named it VTR for videotape recorder because it's where the video lives. This isn't the new server. We'll talk about that later. This is a PowerEdge R720X, which a tremendous number of viewers will recognize because it's one of the most popular machines for home lab use in history. And it's quite a history, too. This machine is from 2013. Despite its age, it's still very capable. It supports a pair of 8-core Xeons, which can upgrade to slightly newer models that use about 30% power and average 2 extra cores apiece, which I will be doing at some point. It has a tremendous capacity for RAM. I got mine with only 32 gigs.
I would love to see them do
Absolutely absurd
the entire mainland US, 48 states.
stuff, which isn't as unrealistic as it sounds, since thousands
I mean, because how would you connect Hawaii and Alaska? They could,
CC for the price of
but you would have to load into a separate map or take a ferry.
spread across 6 slots internally, and of course a 12-bay disk array on the front, supporting
Like in ETS 2.
6 gigabits of throughput. I don't know whether that's super reliable across the board, but I'm guessing it's closer to the former.
You know what I mean?
The only thing it doesn't have is the USB 3, but that's manageable. Putting its age aside, it is an extremely capable machine. Would like to pause for a moment though. Before we go much further, I should mention, if this looks or sounds cool or fun, and you're thinking, I should get one of these, I don't think you should. I'm completely disillusioned on the subject of servers. I used to think they were rad. Now I think they're super boring. I don't recommend you pursue this sort of thing for kids. Owning and using these is a pain in the ass, and you should do it only if you need to, because they are miserable hunks of heavy steel that need power and demand too much care and cleaning. This one, for instance, is rack-based. You really don't want to own a rack server unless you have a rack. There's no way to make it a pleasant experience. Server racks themselves are also very easy to work with, not nearly as convenient as they look once they're all set up. They're meant to be assembled by a technician who's been paid to do it and ignored for years. That's never going to happen in your apartment. You're going to need to dig with the thing from time to time. It's a huge pain to get to a machine that will work. I've owned at least 4 different racks, and I've regretted every one. Now, you can get basically identical hardware in a tower form factor, so you don't need the one, but they're still big, heavy machines that can barely fit on this table. And I also don't think they offer the same drive capacity, which is kind of even less worth it unless you're really convinced that whatever you're doing demands this great hardware.
My friend D actually took one of the runaway trucks one time, one of the runaway truck ramps, and bounced his truck all around. It threw sand everywhere. It was hilarious. Didn't stop him though.
Older ones or performance models might not
I
ever
mean, he somehow made it back onto the highway too. It was nuts.
airflow and tells them to put the fans on max to compensate. But at some point, while you own one of these things, it's probably going to get this loud. fact, once this machine boots all the way up, the fans will calm down quite a bit.
I hate these because there's no warning for them.
Instead, it was actually dead silent at idle. Comfortable to have dead painting. But when you put a machine like this under load, it's gonna ram those fans. And they can do something that's kind of howling noise. Unless you have something basic, stick it in the corner, nobody will be able to hear it. These things are just annoying. Now I went with this machine because I can have a spot just stick it in the bottom out. But caveats aside, what are we actually doing with this machine? What does this get me? Well, there's nothing really special about the system itself as far as the basic goal is. I could have used a 5-year-old desktop PC. Servers do have some very neat and hardware features, but for the stuff I'm doing, it's mostly just a big, loud computer. It'll run the standard operating system. In my case, I could run to server 21. It's not doing anything particularly unique. I haven't installed any special hardware or software. It's just a bog standard server OS.
Fuck.
That's the Linux program.
Had I done it just a few minutes sooner, I would have been able to get around him.
This special is just how I'm going to use its storage capacity. There are a few features. Running this on Linux is name. I'll explain why this guy is here in a little bit. First, let's take a look at what we actually have in this machine. The first few days have these crucial PX500 SSDs that a viewer got to help me out as a scratch drive died. They're both 2 terabytes, and together in a mirrored pair, they will be a scratch disk. Mirroring means that both drives have the exact same data. If one of them fails, and I haven't backed up, I'll have an opportunity to recover. The drive should still be intact. In the next 2 days,
See, these cars behind us are all bogged.
I have a pair of Samsung G7 Evos. These are also 2 terabytes apiece, and I'm going to store my raw footage on them so I won't work directly off the originals.
We were blocking both lanes.
Plug these into my computer, copy all the contents onto these drives, and then the T5s will effectively become the backups. I'll unplug them, and then if something happens with these drives or my computer, I'll be able to recover all my footage off of them. The 2 Samsungs are just normal independent disks right now, no special RAID or anything. And there's 2 of them only because I need enough space to fit the majority of my shoots, which are 4 terabytes.
Yeah, fuck you, buddy, and your Camaro.
Write these together at some point in the future.
You're not cool.
And why I
Oh, look at me, I'm fucking John the Rock Cena.
that I only have 4 tips.
Or whatever the fuck.
Having 6 tips of Samsung T5s. And that's just because SSDs are expensive, and in reality, I very rarely fill up more than 2 of them. I figured I'd try and get by with just 2 for now. But since this machine has so many drive bays, I'm not using the bottom ones, I'll have room to expand if I find myself doing 6 terabyte or larger shoots someday. Right? Now, the next row here, I have spinning disks. So
Oh, good, great.
of 4 terabyte CA Iron Wolves. I won't bother pulling out both of these, but the other 2 are 14 terabyte CA Exos. These are both set up as mirrored pairs. Now, the larger ones are set up for everything related to my channel. Archived video, past projects, all that stuff, plus everything else for other personal projects I don't want to lose. The smaller pair is just for personal patch that sort of thing. When I was adding my backup drives to my old NAS, I realized I also needed to back up my personal stuff, but I wanted to keep it all separate. If I ever need to send all my business stuff off to cold storage, I won't need to be careful to pick out my personal data. Now these spinning disks are just for long-term storage. Slowly back stuff up overnight, and then if I ever need to use it, like footage and video, copy it off across the network onto an SSD. These are never going to need much bandwidth, and in general, a NAS doesn't really demand a system
Recomputing.
near this powerful. In fact, prior to yesterday, these things lived in this awful little bastard. This is an HP microserver Gen 7, which came out in 2011, truly an ancient piece of crap. It's even older than Dell. It was originally sold with Microsoft's small business server on it, and if this is the sort of thing that they were selling it on, I'm not surprised that that product has been forgotten. As much as I wanted to love this machine when I first saw it, I mean, come on, look at it. It's just adorable. It's got, a few ports on the back, and it's just small, Unfortunately, it's pretty sad and terrible. It suffers from a single AMD Trynna GPU N40L. a dual-core 1.5 gigahertz laptop CPU, to which I can find no direct comparison, but I can assure you, having used it, it's a sad little baby user chip. It sucks. I bought this machine from a friend for about $70, only because on the front here it has 4 hot swap hard drive bins. I really liked that, and then I discovered, once I got it, it doesn't actually have any inside. There's a CD-ROM bag up here, but there's no place to put a hard drive. I had to buy adapter rails to put a boot disk in this thing. I think you're supposed to boot it off USB, but that sucks. This machine performs so much worse than I actually expected, like just for ordinary file server tasks. I mean, once I had everything migrated on, everything more or less okay. When I was copying my data over to it, I found out the CPU is so miserable that it can actually slow down file transfers, even at spinning disk rates. So I wanted to replace this thing for some time, and when I was building this new NAS, I figured why not just do everything at once. So now, all my drives, for all purposes, live in this machine in a central place. And that means I can start talking about automation. For instance, I can now set up a nightly backup with RSOM. We'll make sure that everything from the scratch disk gets copied to the archive disks in case I lose the entire year all at once. That job will then email me the results nightly, so in the morning I can inspect them, and then weekly a separate job will prepare the files in both places and alert me if they differ. So basically, I'm going to have this machine narc on itself.
Is it Laurel or Yanny?
Read but not written over the network. So if I catch a crypto locker or something, it won't be able to reach across the network and trash all my archives. Now, these disks are all running CFS, a file system that's widely used for software-based RAID, and it offers a feature called scrubbing, where disks can periodically scan all the data compared to checksums to ensure that everything is actually intact. This is critical because there's not really any other way to tell if
Well, that was dangerous.
smart, of course, which is supposed to tell you when a hard drive is near failure or has failed, but I last saw smart
I thought it had said
work, and both my scratch
45.
probably managed before I noticed that smart is still
It's a good thing I wasn't in a convoy
and nothing was
where everyone would have just smashed me.
devastating. So this is the gold standard for verifying this.
And now the federal government's gonna fuck me.
It's real. Now, I don't know if it's
Yep.
scrub on Windows PC. I don't think the US has the necessary brains for it. But even if it did, it's a resource-intensive process. So again, I would cancel it pretty much every night. Since the drives are in this machine, however, I can set up scrubs to run regularly, email me reports, as well as hourly status checks throughout the day that will also email me if errors show up. And I've been doing exactly this on my existing NAS for about a year. I just threw together a script that I put together in a couple hours, and it's actually saved me from data loss twice when hard drives failed and I was able to find out, replace them, and rebuild the mirrors before anything else could go wrong. Now, these features alone are really all I need. Backups, higher reliability, and a big chunk of storage for raw footage that's not located on drives that are physically in my PC. It's a dumb thing, but like I said, it's my idiosyncrasies, right? If their network shares, I won't fill them up with weird crap like I would if they were in my system. There's probably people watching who think that this is all fine and good, but I should have gone with Trynna or Unraid or something to get the much more robust and sophisticated features. And that's probably true for most people, but there's something you have to understand about me. I'm not very smart, and I'm not very patient, so I'm not going to learn how to use those things correctly. So when they break, and they will break, they'll be way too complex for troubleshooting myself.
Yep, that's one thing for sure. They will break.
Smarter than
I know that's right.
this computer is a big dumbass. And altogether, I'd say this is a pretty good package, especially since I got this whole machine for just under $400 for all its accessories. They're commonly available online for less, but much. Usually $50 to $75, but you do usually have to pay shipping. It has to be local for honestly, I could have done this with any old PC, a tower with 8 drives in it, or a laptop with some USB cables hanging out of it. But honestly, I think people end it. And I think that all hard drives should be hot swappable by law, and that's really what's driving it for me. I just really don't want to deal with this many hard drives inside a PC or hanging out on top of a laptop or something. But there are some other features of this device that fit my needs. See, one thing servers have that normal PCs never do is called lights out management. It's literally an entire independent computer with its own network interface and software that lives inside this machine to help you control and administrate it over the network. Let's look on the back here. See, on the back here, you've got your normal ports, video, network, etc. Well, PC. But then over here, you've got this network jack that goes into the LAN. Every server vendor has one of these. Dell calls theirs iDRAC, and it offers a web interface that lets you do things like see exactly how much wattage the system is using at any moment, as well as over time, which I actually really want to find out how much it's hurting my power bill. I can also look at temperatures, see for instance if the fan has gone bad, or the coolers are clogged or something. And the reason this is called lights out management is because I can also turn the system on and off remotely, even if it's been shut down with the power button on the front or failed power on after a breaker trip. As long as it has juice through the wall outlet, I can reach out and power this machine up. I can also access the local console with a monitor, keyboard, and mouse keyboard as if I was plugged right into the machine through a web browser, which is handy if it suddenly stopped responding on the network and I need to do diagnostics. If the machine is completely wedged and non-responsive, I can power cycle it, and then if it fails to boot, I can actually load a CD image, push it over the network, and boot the machine from like a Linux live disk to do offline diagnostics. If I had seen this kind of feature when I was 14 years old, I think I would have died from awesome. Every PC should have this. If you think I'm joking, you don't know me. In my socialist utopia, all PCs have LOMs by law. The coolest part is that since it's networked, I don't need to be home to do this stuff. And look, maybe none of this is relevant or useful. If you can just, walk over the machine, press the button. But I often find myself trying to access resources at home when I'm out. To me, this is an incredible lifeline. So this is pretty cool as is. Even if I dunked on servers earlier, I have to admit this is pretty neat. And the functions I've described so far are good enough. They're going to solve my problem.
Oh, I just cut that truck off by accident. I came too close in his lane.
The plan right now is that all these disks are just going to be network shooters. When I come home from a shoot, I'm going to get my dock. I'm going to get my Samsung SSDs just as I do today, plug them in, and then copy the data across the network onto this machine. I'm not going to plug them into the server.
You need to stop, Simba.
There's a few reasons for that. Really minor one is that the R720 is too old to have an SD3, so I have to pick up the card before I can even try it. And it also would be irritating to have to do a
Please, buddy.
have to probably SSH.
Oh, I can park.
Copy everything from command line, split SSH or something. But really, the big problem here is just that
I let you out, Bubby. Here I come.
Find a
it
new
takes
route.
several hours in some cases to empty these out, during which I wouldn't have access to any of my footage. And like I said, that's kind
Here
of
I come, Bubba.
so I'm probably going to take these home, plug them into my PC, start editing right from them, and then start the copy to the NAS before I go to bed for the night, if I can remember. Eventually, however, I'm hoping to change this when I upgrade.
Poor guy, if he could open the door himself, he would.
It's going to read at twice the speed. So even though
I'd do it myself, but I don't have thumbs.
at a gigabyte per second, I could dump them to an SSD.
No curb. I got curb.
5 minutes less if I didn't fill up the entire drive.
I mean, that's just the new trend. That's just how it is. We ride curbs out here, bruh. You're not cool unless you ride your curbs.
T5s 'cause I hadn't tried,
No one will get the reference.
but it wouldn't matter if I had because even
This is my bike from when I was 10.
limits of the same interface. Even SATA 3, which this machine ostensibly has, maxes out at 6 gigabits per second, but 18.7 can push data at 8 gigabits. So faster SATA drives are impossible. I would have to go with NVIDIA carriers, or like I mentioned earlier, I could scrape my Samsung Evos together. That will hopefully get the combined throughput up to 12 gigabits, enough to saturate 18.7. And since they're just redundant copies that won't exist in original editing, the reliability of striping won't matter. At these higher speeds, it actually starts to make sense to offload my footage before I start any editing. I'm always going to have at least half an hour of downtime after I get home from the shoot. So, if I get home
Hope y'all are having a good night.
year or whatever, by the time I'm done, I'm going to be ready to edit. And this would be ideal, but it brings up a real problem with
I'm gonna get kicked for that.
very disorganized.
I guarantee it. Give it 60 seconds and you're gonna see me leave the convoy. Horse DC. That way station looks completely unfinished. Did they forget about it?
And again, this might be something I
There's not, I don't even think there's the post
probably know to start
for your device dashboard, or your dashboard device.
having the system state left over.
I'm sure there's a name for it.
And then exit right.
Moving, so it's never too much better.
If you say so, my lady.
But finally,
Exit right.
wild fantasy
You stupid bitch.
accomplish in the near future. But I can dream. And the dream goes like this. The part of my job that I am laziest about is converting my movies to storage. Like I said, I convert them to H.265 so I can store them long term. And pretty much as soon as I finish editing, publish a video, I'm supposed to go in and start that process of converting all the ProRes to H.265. I've scripted this easy, which I can never run. It often takes days and sometimes over a week for me to actually get around to doing this. And the result is I've sometimes been unable to go do a scheduled shoot because I forgot to convert all my RAWs. So the disks are full. I can't copy the data off because I've got nowhere to put it. Converting it takes
Go
hours
straight
and
on.
hours, so I just have to delete my last shoot, which is not acceptable to me.
All I can say is hopefully he's not going the same way I am.
I don't want this to keep happening, but the only solution is to remember to start converting my files that I can bring at home, and that's an extremely resource-intensive process, so I can't start it unless I'm right about to go to bed. And I always just seem to forget. And
Miles City.
in the morning, if this workload can be moved to the new VR system,
I don't like that this achievement is called the last best place.
not in the near future, because this machine has no GPU. Encoding video is possible with pure CPU power, but it is dog slow. Adding the dedicated silicon of NVIDIA's NVENC or whatever AMD might offer increases your performance by literally orders of magnitude. It turns a day-long effort into 6 hours. It's so much faster that it just doesn't make any sense to try without it. It is silly. Unfortunately, putting GPUs in servers, whatever Linus Sebastian is led to believe, it's often not as simple as it seems. The R720 in particular is a stickler. Some people have done it, but from what
Keep
I've read,
right,
it doesn't seem
and then
straightforward.
continue straight on.
The biggest problem is that servers of this type don't typically have 6 or 8 power
Go straight on.
inside. Servers rarely
I lied.
style power supplies. Instead, they use these modular supplies.
Keep left,
Everything is done
and
with
then turn
backplanes
left.
and board-to-board connections inside. With minor exceptions, there are
Turn
basically
left.
0 cables inside this machine. Now, I adore that, and I think it should be the standard for all PCs unless you're really in the business. Not
I feel like the town atmosphere and vibe is so accurate.
does mean there's more than anything.
I've never been to Montana, but it just feels right, you know what I mean?
That's not to say that
Coming from a small town myself,
Straight on.
is a GPU riser
this feels legit.
R720
A rural,
that allows
high crop,
in power for GPUs.
small town, yeah.
In 2013, that might have been as much juice as a GPU ever needed. It cannot do dual 6-pin, dual 8-pin, and I also can't get a larger power supply to support that kind of thing. Okay, stop screaming. I got a few things wrong. Dell says the GPUs are
Go
not
straight on.
the 720 XT at all. I don't know why that would be from a hardware perspective, but I think they're worth it. Especially since I found a really good info about it when I searched several times before writing this script, and it sounded, the results I got, like the R720 was a bit sketchy. I like it as well. But I've now done some more specific searches, and I'm finding that people put 27s better in the R720 all the time, and other people saying that it will work in the
That sunset looks so good though.
support it for heat dissipation, so it's closely managed temperature.
I mean, really, it does in every state. Let's not fool ourselves. This whole game does.
Inside the ones I have, suspicious, like 6-speed power connectors.
They really turned it around because I remember when it released, people were like, oh, well, it only has California and Arizona, or California and Nevada, or whatever the fuck. And people were really upset about it. But now it seems to have been, there's a different sentiment, I'll say. And it's DLC, you know what I mean? It's not packs, it's not loot boxes, it's not MTX, it's good old-fashioned DLC that expands the game.
And more
gives you more content.
But any GPU is still an expensive piece of hardware that I'm not prepared to shell out for. Now for kicks, I did try encoding just on VGR CPU and see how it would go. I got a whole 8 frames per second. Encoding an hour of footage would take about half a day.
They're really desert in Montana.
Same cast of over 100 FPS and finishes in half an hour. So this is clearly not a solution. Also, after about 10 minutes, it popped the breaker and then set the power supply on fire.
Go straight on.
Throw it in the timeout sync for bad power supplies until it stopped crackling and popping. Funny thing about this, I actually have no idea what went wrong. I can't find anything damaged, no scorch marks, no idea where the smoke came from, but obviously can't use it. So for now, I'll have to continue doing codes on my desktop. Maybe I'll eventually try an old NVIDIA GPU if I can get one, but my real hope is an Intel...
Oh, something tells me he's not going 65.
It's a card that's basically designed to solve exactly my problem. We'll have onboard Edge 264, 265, and I think it might be able to run entirely for the
Get ready to turn right.
power. If so, then it's a slam dunk. It'll solve my problem, and I can make this an automated transcoding box.
Damn, these stadies are all fucking over Montana.
Which is not very likely.
Feels like Ohio.
One thing this machine can't deliver on, and I have to admit, although I knew the encoding problem wasn't going to be easily solved, it was a bummer since that's really the thing I wanted to automate the most. And unfortunately, it's not the only problem I've encountered through this whole process. It's been a bit of an undertaking, honestly. Most of the problems I've had, admittedly, did come down to very poor luck. My power supply experience, which I think was probably just random chance and not actually resulted in anything I did. But there have been other problems along the way. For one thing, before I could get started with any of this, I had to figure out exactly how I was going to conduct the PC. Like I said,
Yeah, fuck the police.
so just to work, I needed something faster.
Go straight on.
The motherboard my PC is pretty recent, so
Oh, it's gonna be a bad one too. Man, this shit just came out of nowhere, didn't it?
some people the 2.5 gig
Fuck.
kind of a really standard isn't really worth switching to. Whether that's true or not, it's moot because it's actually still
Very surprised I didn't get a ticket right there for speeding, considering I was doing 10 over.
at once, like I'm doing right now, layering B-roll over top of A-roll. That requires distributing both files simultaneously. If one is 1100 megabits, then the other will be 2200.
Go straight on.
Is to saturate 5. If I stack up 3 simultaneous clips, like I'm doing now, I'll be looking at 3300 megabits, 3.2 gigabits for metric folks, and that'll punch right past 2.5 gig effortlessly. Now, is this situation likely? Well, it has happened at least once. I've done a few clip stack up in an actual video, but it's really not common. Still, I want the option, and I don't want to be running so close to the source. My uplink could, for instance, I mouse over a file in the media library will resolve as part of 2 gig stack up. The subdivision bandwidth will cause jack and hang as buffers run. Or you want to copy a file while I'm editing video, not have it
I can't see shit. Oh well, that fixed my problem a little bit, didn't it?
solve this problem, but I get the same impression that any sort of in-between option. I'd like something that's
I hate people that don't adjust their driving to the weather. That bus has gone way too fast.
10 gigabit Ethernet has been around since 2002.
Overdriving his headlights like an asshole. As always, you know how people are. Doesn't matter what part of the country you're in.
Unless they're getting some kind of absurd SSD-based NAS at home. That's what they're doing, so yeah, I'm going to use cards. Now, I can go to Amazon and buy a card that uses standard Cat 6 cable, but frankly, I don't trust them.
Sorry, dude.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
Oh my god, my truck didn't want to stop. It's alright.
I just don't want to rely on Cat 6 for something this good. It's a garbage.
Nobody saw that, right?
Now, most of the 10 gig stuff I carry in my computer is really fiber-based. That's probably the front runner. I love the idea of using fiber just because I don't have much experience with it. It's weird. You can't just like casually crimp a fiber cable, so I'd have to keep a bunch of spares in stock. I'm not sure treat it right. I don't have a feel for what kind of punishment it would take. I pull it, out. Still, I get the impression that it's really not that hard to work with, and the cables aren't expensive and rare. Now that suggests that I want to find a problem with 10 gig network card, right? But as far as I can tell, those don't exist anymore. They certainly used to. This here is a
This load is so light, I'm getting over 5 miles to the gallon, whereas usually I'd get 3 to 4. I'm getting 5.5 right now. On average. Oh, just as suddenly as the rain starts, we drive out of it.
These were around for ages, but it seems like they've been sort of phased out in favor of another band card that's been around for ages. This is actually 10 gig NIC, but instead of a jack for fiber or twisted pair, it has these two rectangular slots. These are called SFP ports. They're about 2 inches deep, and they accept one of these SFP modules. SFP on one of them. The idea here is that instead of the card supporting one specific kind of network cable or medium, it can be adapted to whatever sort you have. This SFP, for instance, is a fiber transceiver. It's a little die-cast block that contains a microprocessor, some laser diodes, and optics required to produce a fiber optic Ethernet signal. So you take this, you plug it into your SFP NIC. It doesn't fit because it's upside down. And now you have a fiber NIC. You can just take your fiber cable, plug it in there, and now we're networked. Now, why do all this? Well, at the point where you're working with Ethernet speeds like this, you're probably in an enterprise or a carrier, and you're not going to be sure what the future holds at all times. The thing on the other end
Oh, is that so?
could someday be replaced with something that only does copper or some exotic new form of Ethernet. Ethernet over water.
I'd like to get a copy of that for myself.
Too bad it's after fucking dark.
Twisted pair interface using Cat 6, but eventually you move the two pieces of equipment too far apart. Cat 6 can't reach anymore, so you'd really like to change to fiber. If that happens, you can just unplug the existing SFP, replace it with a twisted pair SFP, like this guy right here. And just like that, your card.
They did a really good job with the viewpoints in Montana.
I got this machine had an SFP NIC in stock, so I could have that flexibility. But my plan, since I don't want to use Cat 6, was to get myself a fiber SFP. But then the junk store threw me a curveball. I want you to think about something for me. These SFP transceivers, they're fiber, RJ45, whatever, but they're plugging into contacts way down inside this slot. There's like 8 or 10 pins in there. Well, those are pretty much a network jack already, right? So can't you just plug those together, machine to machine, just skip the transceivers entirely? It's like suggesting that you could put your graphics card 15 feet across the room and just run a long PCIe cable over to it.
No! 3 meters of PCI Express extension.
Oh, right. That does work. I mean, it's still absurd though, because PCIe just isn't intended for that. You don't know what's gonna go wrong. But consider this, my new NAS is not meant to plug into a network. Whether I use
I'm stoked to drive over that.
I'm not plugging it.
'Cause that's my truck right there, and I gotta go that way.
On this Dell is going to plug straight into the NIC on my PC, so it's kind of silly to bother with an actual network medium. What we're doing here is less networking and more like just plugging in a big fat SATA cable. Now, for exactly this kind of point-to-point connection, there is an incredibly simple solution. It's called the direct attach copper cable, and this is one. From what I've read, this is literally exactly what I joked about. This thing has the wires from the SFP port, and they're brought out into a cable.
Look at that view.
Or twin coaxial cable inside. It's sort of like coax antenna cable, except it has 2 wires instead of 1.
Isn't that insane?
Shielded, and they just run 2 pairs of wire, I guess, from one end to the other, and connect the SFPs.
Such a beautiful place.
Ready to turn right.
Apparently, in some of these cables, the SFP ends do contain like actual circuitry for signal amplification and cleanup, but others are literally
Turn
just
right.
copper wire in a jacket and nothing more. It's incredibly funny to me that you can just skip the middleman like this. Now, it's not quite a replacement for fiber or Cat6. You wouldn't use this for long runs. Direct attach is basically meant for these weird ad hoc situations, like stacking network switches where you need a lot of bandwidth between 2 devices, but they're like 4 inches apart in one rack. It's kind of a pain to use fiber cable and chew up some extra transceivers just for such a short run. These cables
Get
are
ready
perfect
to
for that
turn
kind of
right.
application, and in fact, they don't come any longer than about 20 meters. It's about 65 feet in imperial.
Whoa.
Because the signal just
Turn
isn't
right.
intended
This facility is a lot bigger than
to go further than
I thought it would be.
it's like a board level interconnect. You put
Whoa.
Come on, this whole thing is just perverse to begin with. Of course, there are probably an awful lot of people watching this and thinking, wow, 60 feet, I could wire my whole apartment cables that long, and honestly, I don't have a reason that you couldn't. You probably should.
Finally,
For my application, I really
we are
was
here.
thinking of going with fiber, but when I was handed this 20-foot direct attach cable with a $20 price tag, with it in my hands, I realized it feels like a much safer option. I mean, the cable itself just feels super robust. And these connectors, these are like die-cast magnesium or something, and they're actually clamped onto the cable with screws. From diagrams I've seen online, I don't want to take these apart and find out and maybe damage them, but
Oh shit, that counted as 2.
hunk of plastic molded in here. So this is like the toughest strain relief I've ever seen. You're not gonna break any wires or pull the cable out of this connector. And it's a lot less floppy than fiber, which kind of feels like wiring up your computers with wet spaghetti. So I really felt like this was my best bet for long-term reliability, and it's not, weird or hard to use or anything, other than the very long plug bodies, which sort of feel like jacking someone into the Matrix. It's exactly the same as a normal Ethernet cable. You plug it in, the link lights come on, and that's it. So I think these are probably a good solution if you want to do short-range 10 gig. And it also means I don't have to spend an extra 20 bucks a piece on transceivers, which was nice. And I also didn't even have to buy any adapter for the R720 because the model I got includes 2 10 gig SFP ports right on the back. Now, not all R720s have these. If you're trying to buy one, you want to be careful.
Nice big
Just have 4 copper
fucking tractor. What's better? And it's a heavy haul.
I'm not sure if I understand this part of the manual
Drive
correctly,
safe.
Since I have until late September,
but I need to check if it's got the
I'm not gonna do Montana to Montana. I mean, I might if the job pays well, but
space underneath the
I don't have to worry about rushing.
It's only about 10 feet away from my desktop PC, so I shoved the cable through a hole in the drywall and drug it over to the rack. That's that. Cable managed. I just plugged the cables in, set some IP addresses, started up iPerf to test it out, and there you have it. 9.8 gigabits. This is close to the full broadside as I could ever really expect. So all
I
that
keep bogging it down.
ahead of time, but it didn't actually give me much trouble.
I need to exhibit some sort of throttle control.
Right here was dead as fried chicken. It's deader than any PCIe card I've ever seen. It didn't crash my machine or show up with an error in device manager. It just acted like I hadn't plugged anything in at
Turn
all.
left.
Alright, let's go get our trailer.
Countered, for something that has no visibly scorched parts on it, so that was weird.
We're going to Seattle.
Stick with another card and everything's been since. The last issue I ran into, however, was kind of a it's a perfect example
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride.
problem where you have 2 possibly very unlikely things that occur simultaneously. Makes diagnosing either one a lot harder than it has to be. The very first thing I did when I got this machine home is I took the 2 crucial PX500s and stuffed them in here so I could
Get
find
ready
out if
to
my
turn
own
right.
hypothesis was correct. Because, you see, I'd never had a chance to
Turn
actually try
right.
editing the code over a network, and I could not really fully accept that it would work. Virtually all the file sharing I've ever done, except for over the NFS, has been over SMB, SIPs, SOML, Windows networking, and while I know Microsoft made huge strides with the protocol, I still just have a hard time trusting the incredible speed of modern computing to actually deliver. To my head, knowing how sluggish Windows can be when you, say, try to log onto a machine or map a network drive,
Oh, fuck you.
I can not only pull a sustained 3 gigabits of traffic from a file share, but also jump around in files randomly when I'm dragging the playhead around in my editor without awful 10-second pauses all over the place. It just seems impossible to believe. And despite having heard that people like Tech Tips and other YouTubers had backing storage for their video editing like this, I don't really know the details of their settings. Maybe they have weird tuning things. Maybe they forwent SME and used NFS or something else I don't even know about. I just didn't know, so I was eager to see if it actually worked. But not having ever had an Ethernet connection on anything before I started this project, there was nothing I could test it. So as soon as I got this system, 10 gig NIC home, I wanted to find out as quickly as possible whether this was going to work at all before I put in any effort. Unfortunately, things got pretty weird almost immediately. When I powered this machine up for the very first time, it printed an error about the PCIe link width on the RAID controller being only 4x when it should be 8x. I'd never seen an error like that in my life, but I still knew it was bad news. That kind of error is pretty much guaranteed a hardware level problem. Still, I went ahead and plugged in some drives, and it all showed up just fine, so I decided to back burner that worry until I saw something actually fail to function as intended. Before I could do any testing, however, I had to perform an
Go straight on.
It's well known to hobbyist server owners, the IT mode deflash. To make a long story short, server drive controllers are only designed
Trailer was a bit further away than I first anticipated, but that's not a problem.
enterprise environment, but really don't work very well outside of one. The very first thing almost every hobbyist does is to put the card in pass-through mode. It makes it behave like just a bunch of SATA ports. It disables all the hardware RAID features, and it's referred to by a few different names.
Sleepy little town, I like it.
To achieve this, you usually have to flash new firmware onto the card, and on the Dell RAID controllers like this one, the process is unofficial. Very, very unofficial. It's incredibly
Get
unofficial.
ready to turn right.
It does work, however, and despite the errors on startup that I was still getting, I was able to not only flash the card, but
Turn
install
right.
OS, boot from it, no trouble. I didn't get any strange errors after boot, nothing in the kernel log. Verified with LSPCI that it really was only getting 4 lanes, but it seemed to work fine. So set up Samba, I shared the virtual SSDs, I spent a while copying some footage over, and then I was ready to test. So I opened up a clip, didn't work at all. It was like playing from an SD card. It struggled so badly that my media player was actually freezing.
Go straight on, and then turn right.
So I started checking things. I checked the network. It was fine. I checked the kernel
Turn
log,
right.
errors, I looked for resource issues, all the usual stuff, but everything looked fine. The machine seemed healthy. This was a brand new install of the OS. So I started doing performance tests on the hard drives. I checked them with every tool I could find, PD, FIO, HPARM, etc., and everything came up with the same answer. The drives can only deliver about 100 megabytes per second. It's about 800 megabits. That's not enough to play my video files, and in fact, if I just copied a file to my desktop, I didn't even get that much speed. It was more like 75 megabytes per second. It varied all over the place. And this made no sense to me. I'd actually striped these drives together as an experiment, so really should have performed even better than I expected. I took them out of the stripe, but nothing improved. The speeds were just disastrously
Go straight on.
low. And while I knew that even 4 PCIe lanes should be much faster than I needed, I had to consider the possibility that that message was hiding a larger problem.
Keep
So I looked
right,
at the error and learned
and then
that it usually
turn
happens
right.
when the interface pins on the RAID card are dirty. The research should fix it. Now, the RAID card for these things is often one of these. It plugs
Turn
into a
right.
custom port on the board that has a bunch of pins that are facing straight upwards. I can sort of imagine that this funky thing can collect some dust over time, although the machine itself was completely
This is where it
absolutely spotless inside. It must have lived on filtered air, and it didn't look like anybody had ever disassembled it. In fact, when I went to remove this card, the little plastic release levers on either side shattered as soon as I touched them. Why that happened, but I found out that all the plastic in the machine is super fragile like that, and I have no idea why. At any rate, it sure didn't look like anyone had disturbed it. Reseating the card several times didn't help, so I looked further. I found one forumite who said they actually had to take their CPU out and clean the LGA. PCIe lanes actually can go straight back to your CPU, so this makes sense, but I tried it and no dice. Now, shortly after that, I started the machine up and got
Time to hit the road.
PCIe link training.
All right, we have our trailer.
And the machine just halted.
We need to plan a rest stop, so
When I would reboot the machine, I
Let's
intermittently
do
got
this.
only
we'll stop right there.
training errors, or in one case, it warned me that the card should be running at 8 lanes, but was only running at 0. So I knew I had to replace it. So I went back to PC. I found another Dell RAID controller for next to nothing, brought it home, plugged it in, no errors, went through the whole reflashing process. Everything worked, but of course it had a new problem. The goddamn cables aren't compatible. This is the card I bought to replace this one that came with the machine. These are both Dell Perf H710s, but
Turn
this one
left.
is custom for these systems, and this one can go in any machine. Probably for that reason.
I almost fucked up.
The full-sized model uses a pair of what are called mini SAS plugs. These connect up to the backplate, the board of the machine, where all the hard drives are. You won't find these SAS connectors in the consumer world, but the servers are very popular.
That low boy.
Normally, these plugs connect up to 4 SAS or SATA hard drives. We'll talk about SAS for short. You can even get cables like this one here. You actually plug this in to one of these ports, and then it
Go straight on.
Or you go to SATA plugs. So if you put this in your machine
I should have waited. You're not supposed to change lanes in an intersection.
into a single PCIe slot, which is very convenient. The trouble here is that the cable that came with the machine doesn't have these plugs on it. Instead, it has the correct ones on one end. This is mini SAS, but then on this end, it has a completely different thing called Slim SAS 8L. This is supposed to.
Oh, fuck, buddy. Come on, man.
2. Now, obviously, I can't plug this in there, and it seems like the solution is just buy another cable, but this is one of the few cables you'll ever find in a server, and they're very specific. The space inside servers is very tight. Like I said, they're not designed to be packed with flying leads like a desktop PC. Thanks to their high-performance cooling solutions and cramped interiors, there's really nowhere to put cables. See, there's this thing called the fan tray, which spans the entire machine. This is completely solid, top to bottom, left to right. That's on purpose because it's actually supposed to basically pressurize the inside of the server. So there's no way to get a cable over, under, or around this, except through a very narrow channel on one end. That's where the SAS cable for the backbone is supposed to go through, and there's no room for anything else. So even if I had found some generic cables at the PC, I wouldn't be able to just plug it in from the backbone of the card as the crow flies. There's nowhere to put it. So to fix this, I would need a pair of cables that would fit in that same channel. They would cut to exactly
Didn't know if I would make that.
because any excess would be almost impossible.
So I did the safe thing and smashed on the accelerator.
cooling solution for the machine. I was surprised then to discover that exactly this product exists. Only for a minute though. Like I said, people have been home gaming with these servers for years, so it makes sense that there would be a third-party accessory market. And on Amazon, for about 20 bucks, you can buy
I'm just gonna go 30 until the speed limit changes, cause
a specific machine. Or
I know these assholes are gonna
again, I
be
put
pricks.
link in the description.
Slow pricks.
So I got 2 of these, and the crucial thing is
You know, I'm not blocking traffic. It's a 2-lane road, so people can go around me. Their life isn't more important than mine. Their destination ain't more important than mine. Mine's probably more important. Oh, great. Now it is a single-lane road. Fuck. Now I'm an asshole.
So these cables are perfect, or at least they're as close as you're going to get. If you look at the original cable, it's made up of 2 cables of different lengths, so they're exactly the right distance. Well, since these are identical, that means that one of them is going to have
Sun will be coming up soon.
another, you're going to end up with excess that you have to stuff somewhere. Unfortunately, it's just a couple inches, and it's a pain, but it's manageable. The bigger problem I found is the plugs, while they are right angle, are actually a bit too big. There isn't a millimeter to spare inside this machine. Anything that sticks up past the fan tray will prevent
Go straight on.
from closing. I almost snapped the plug off the board because I didn't realize that it was running into the back of this thing. The tops of these plugs sit just the tiniest bit proud of the fin, just enough to the lid absolutely will not close. So to fix it, I had to actually file down the back of the plug. The plastic was too hard to cut with a knife, so I had to just grind it down bit by bit until it fit. And by the time it did, I was actually starting to
Get ready to turn right.
circuit board through the plastic, so I'm glad I didn't have to go further. I might have destroyed the cable. Now, once I finished modifying one cable to fit, I was really
Turn right.
the other. But due to a stroke of luck, it turned out I didn't need or at least not yet. See, while I was investigating these speed issues, I found a guy on a forum who had similar problems to mine, and he reported that unplugging one of these cables fixed them. Nobody had any explanation for why, but the whole thing threw me for a loop. Because wouldn't that kill half the drives if one of the cables was unplugged? Well, then I realized it never made any sense to begin with. This backplane has 2 SAS plugs on it, and each plug would enable 4 drives, but the backplane has 12. So how did this ever work? Well, my guess is that the huge heatsink on the backplane is hiding a chip that talks to all the drives directly and packages them up into LUNs. I mentioned those in the SCSI CD-ROM tower video I did a while back. They're a SCSI protocol feature that lets you put multiple logical devices on a single physical interface. SAS is serial attached SCSI. It is the latest form, as far as I'm aware of the SCSI standard. It is not.
Fuck, I should have got gas first.
Different protocol, although
So now I have an insanely long trailer to deal with. Fuck.
SAS is what machines like
Okay, no worries, no worries.
if you're buying enterprise drives, or at least this used to be the case, SAS is what they would have, but for some reason all SAS controllers apparently
We'll check out the next gas station.
for convenience, you know, the SAS controller detects a SATA drive.
I can drop my trailer as long as I drop it close because
How is it doing the LUN trickery, if that's what it's doing?
I don't want nobody to steal it.
At any rate, nobody seems to know why there's 2 cables. If you unplug one, everything still works perfectly. Maybe if I start putting more drives in here, striping them together, and trying to pull more bandwidth off this thing, I'll eventually hit some kind of cap at like 30 gigabits or something like that, and I'll have to install the other cable to get the remaining bandwidth of the backplane. Or maybe this is just for redundancy. Who knows? But I'm not going to bother with it right now. I got one installed, got the lid on, buttoned it all up, and everything just worked fine, so I'm not going to worry about it, except, of course, that after doing all this, replacing the controller, getting rid of the PCIe errors, modifying the cable, and getting everything to start up with no complaints, I was still getting these atrocious speeds. And I beat my head against it for a whole day. Eventually I got fed up. I knew I needed to test the drives in another machine. I'd known this all along, of course, but I just didn't have anything handy. Nothing in my house had a spare SATA port available. I didn't even have any cables on hand. So I was avoiding it, but I knew I needed to do it. So I unplugged the DVD burner from my PC, plugged in one of the SSDs, ran Crystal Disk Mark, and wouldn't you know it, it got about 100 megabytes per second, tops on the easiest test. The other ones were far, far worse.
So basics,
Absolutely.
he took an hour to tell us that he bought a cheap SSD with no DRAM cache.
For the spec sheet. So it should perform just fine for my needs, but instead it performs worse than some of my spinning disks. So I knew something was up. I went back to the web. I looked up an
Because it has no DRAM cache.
instead of the specs. It turns out the number that I'd read on the specs was bullshit. The BX500 apparently is a thing I hadn't heard of called a DRAM-less SSD.
Like I said.
With no cache. This is technically capable of 500 megabytes per second of transfer for like 1 second, and then it drops down to speeds that make a platter drive look fast. Look, I admit, this happened because I'm privileged. I had not realized drives this bad existed anymore. I have this bad habit of never buying anything below top of the line, even if I can't actually afford it. I'll just buy nothing. As a result, all my SSDs ever have been Samsung Evos.
Yep.
I knew that drives with pitiful performance, like the eMMC ones, were around around back in the late 2000s existed, but I thought surely by now we'd given up on trash like that, and that virtually everything on the market was tolerably quick, at least a couple hundred megs per second. Serves me for being optimistic, I guess. Once I realized the drives were the problem, I scrounged up an SSD that I knew was performant, an ancient Intel SSD 320. Despite being 11 years older than the Crucial, it ran circles around it. In fact, I was able to move over my raw footage and test my...
I didn't know Crucial sold DRAM-less drives.
right there on the spot, and it worked perfectly. I was shocked.
Even Kioxia puts fucking DRAM caches in all their drives, I think.
Local drive and with files on a network share. And I didn't have to do any kind of tuning, no wacky configuration or network block size nonsense, none of that. Everything on bone stock defaults just worked. So the idea was valid, and there was nothing wrong with the machine, at least nothing I discovered until my video encoding test made the smoke come out of the power supply. The only real problem I had, other than the dead RAID controller, which was obvious, was solved by going out, picking up another pair of Samsung Evos, and now everything seems to be ready to go. So that pretty much brings us up to date. I know this video probably wasn't as exciting as my usual stuff tries to be, but it's what's been going on with me lately, and I thought some of you might have a use for the info or at least find the process interesting. I still have further improvements to make, but as it stands, this machine is already a substantial improvement over the utterly ad hoc solution I was using before, or at least I hope it is. I haven't actually had a chance to use it yet. This is the first video I've shot in weeks, so when I finish here, I'm gonna go home, hook the whole machine back up, copy my data over, and test for the first time to see if it can really, truly do what Nintendo don't. So if you see this video and it doesn't have any editing bay webcam inserts, you'll know I pulled it off. Wow, what a jerk. Anyway, here I am in the editing bay, where this is all working more or less perfectly. I edited the entire video off the server, never had any speed issues, and although I did have a couple pretty wacky problems along the way, they were pretty much all things I predicted. They include Windows deciding that none of my shares could be reconnected due to multiple connections to the server, even though none existed. That's pretty much universal Windows networking. It just does it every 4 hours to a day. You can just about set your watch by it. There was also a problem where it routed the traffic over my slow NIC instead of my fast one, despite my share being made to the specific IP of the 10 gig connection. And I also discovered that Resolve is apparently incapable of rendering to a network share. No idea why, it just says it doesn't have permissions. Finally, there were a couple occasions where the machine went to standby, and when it came back, Resolve read gibberish from all my files until I closed and reopened it. But I didn't lose any work to any of these problems, and like I said, they're all par for the course with Windows networking. I'd say so far, they're pretty reasonable trades for all the benefits I'm getting. So overall, I'm feeling satisfied, and I think this was all a good idea. So now, let's return to the conclusion of hype. I know that was long-winded, so if you made it here, thanks for sticking around. I know I have several weeks, maybe this wasn't the one you were hoping I'd come back.
I don't know what I just ran over, but I was hoping it wouldn't damage my trailer. I'm glad it didn't.
This place has been intolerably hot for the last 2 months. My hands are sticking to the table. And that's led to an impromptu summer vacation, hopefully coming to an end soon. Weather changes. Fingers crossed. But anyway, if you enjoyed this video and somehow aren't already a subscriber, wow, shocked to come around at all, maybe consider subscribing now if you like it that much. Remember to turn on notifications if you want to find out when I upload new videos. If you really enjoyed this, however, consider supporting me on Patreon like these people here are doing. I can put forward this server.
There's no way I'm gonna make it to 65.
Use it all in without the help of viewers like you, particularly viewers like them. So consider becoming one yourself. I am incredibly grateful to everyone who's backing me on there. Thank you all so much, and everyone else, thanks for watching.
Historic point.
This is a pile of interesting camcorders, and this is a hat because I got a COVID haircut. That's when you really badly need a haircut, but you can't go out, so your girlfriend gives you one. Hence the hat. I'm going to talk for about 20 minutes about why these are interesting, and then I'll show you. The history of camcorders is fascinating because of how many technologies have come and gone as manufacturers try to keep up with a rapidly changing world, largely unnoticed and unremembered. There were market battles like the Beta versus VHS wars that went on long after the 80s that that most people don't know about because manufacturers are trying to answer questions that most people don't remember asking. The result of this, as many other YouTubers could attest, was a lot of failed video formats. When people think about old camcorders, they tend to think about videotape. And of course, videotape was around for a long time, but it's been gone for a really long time too. If you're like me, you probably spent most of your life not thinking about the question, what came between videotape and now? Videotape started out as pure analog television signals recorded onto tape. This here is a VHS-C cartridge. That's exactly what was stored on it. The actual magnetic signal that was laid down on this tape was just a normal television signal, just encoded into a magnetic form. There were countless inconveniences with the very early tape formats, but the primary upshot of them is that you could shoot this in your camcorder, then take it home and just slam and jam it into your VCR and hit play and see it right there on your TV. This was magic in the mid-'80s, and it's largely the only thing people really had to do with videotape. There were no computers, no internet, no easy way to edit video. You could do it if you bought multiple recorders and were a hyper nerd that was willing to spend just eons dicking around with them to make it happen, but almost nobody did it.
Holy fuck, they made that easy.
It's okay, I respect you, you're awesome, you were very rare. This was okay for about 12 to 15 years. And then
I don't even have to drop my trailer.
They got computers, and suddenly there were a lot of new things you could do with video. You could email a clip to a friend. You could edit video in iMovie or Windows Movie Maker. You could produce highlight reels of your kid's soccer game that nobody was going to watch.
I'm so excited about this. You know how easy it is to take your home videos and turn them into movies? Listen to this. You get an iMac, of course. Get your digital video camera. Hook it up.
Get an iMac, of course.
They've got effects in there now. You can,
Yeah.
fast or get slow motion, make it dramatic.
Final Cut Pro is not the end-all be-all of fucking NLEs. I'm not saying it's not good. It's damn good.
Like you want to go, ooh, let's watch that again and again and again and again.
But it's not, you should buy a Mac because of Final Cut Pro good.
Video into your computer are so old that they predate USB. This thing here, the Dazzle, is from the mid-'90s, and you can put composite video into it, and then it connects to your parallel port to allow you to import it to your computer. And it was terrible, but people were so hungry for something to do with video on their computers that these things did in fact sell. Otherwise I wouldn't have one. These got better, but they never got great, because analog video doesn't want to become digital. You had to sit there and babysit the entire process. There were lots of things that could go wrong, and analog video already looks like crap, so putting it through a digital conversion didn't help matters. There were plenty of other downsides to analog tape, and as the world digitized everything, video was going to have to follow, and sure enough it did. In the late 90s, camcorders started switching to mini DV. This is mini DV camera from the late 90s, and this is its tape.
Yeah, when I use cruise control, my fuel economy is gonna go way up.
Let me show you what that looks like.
The video you're watching right now has been digital its entire life. I copied it onto my computer over FireWire with no loss of quality. The video was recorded onto tape using a lossy codec called the DV codec, but once I copy it from the tape to my PC, nothing is lost in the process. Then I can move that video around as many times as I want, copy it onto other tapes, etc., and it never degrades. That's very cool, but these still sucked because tape sucks.
Magnetic tape is useful for one really big reason. It is a linear access medium, meaning that if you want to get from one spot of the tape to another spot of the tape, the only way to do it is to turn the spindles. The tape moves from one spindle to the other spindle, and you wait. You can spin it faster, but there's only so fast you can go, and there's only so much accuracy you can have. You just have to wait while you spin the spindles until you get to the place you're going. The mini DV mechanism is a wonder of engineering, and digitizing the video sure helps the experience be less irritating, but the user experience improvement from VHS-C in 1984 to mini DV in 1996 was not really all that much. Consider this scenario. You're at a party with your camcorder. You're shooting video at the party, which is going to be super cool later. This probably isn't true, but almost everyone thinks it is when they buy a camcorder. So after half an hour, you can go outside to have a smoke. While you're out there,
That's the realest shit I ever heard.
see what you got. So turn your camera on, and you press play. Well, there's nothing there because the video's behind you, so you have to rewind. So you rewind.
Go straight on.
You rewind. And you rewind. And you stand there for 2.5 minutes, and you rewind because there's no quicker way to get where you're going. The whole time you're rewinding, you're looking at the screen. You can't look away because the only way to know whether you've gotten to the moment you're looking for is to watch the screen. The screen is full of shredded video compression artifacts because the mechanism in the camera can only...
Oh, fuck you. I was slowing down.
So you're looking at this shredded digital image, trying to find the moment you're looking
I just got a ticket.
It takes you a few tries to get it right, but finally
Go
you find
straight
the moment,
on.
you hit play and you start watching your video, and it takes
Speed
4
trap.
seconds to start playing, and then another 4 seconds for the audio to start coming out. Then, as you're watching your video, someone's car catches fire. You want video of it, but you can't because you destroy your party footage. So you have to fast forward for 2.5 minutes. And then by the time you're finally at the blank part of the tape where you can safely record your video, the event is over. Later, you get home and you want to watch this video. Well, you don't have a mini DV deck under your TV. You can't just put it in there. They did make them, I think, but nobody bought them. You could plug it into the TV, but you don't know where the weird cable that it takes is. You can, however, plug it into your computer. Firewire cable is easy to keep track of, and hey, it's 2000. Everybody's got a Firewire cable if they're a video dork, right? So you can go and plug it into your iMac G3. So now you can go to your PC and start iMovie and hit record, and then hit play on the camera, and then wait, because you shot an hour of footage, and it's going to take an hour to copy it to the computer, because tape mechanism can only be made reliably at 1 speed. The clip you want to see is only about 30 seconds long, but it's in the middle of the footage, and you don't know where, so you're just going to have to press rewind and wait for 15 minutes as you stare at shredded video artifacts. Or you could go to bed and do it.
Go straight on.
Nowadays, cameras shoot video on flashcards, like this Canon Vixia here that I shot my early YouTube videos on. It takes an SD card, you press record, it starts recording until the card is full, or you can press stop. If you want to see what you've already recorded, you can press the play button, and it'll show you printed thumbnails of every video that you shot with this card. You can tap on one, you see that video, and if something happens while you're watching it, you can just press the record button again, and the camera's ready to record immediately. Just fast forwarding. I shot dozens of hours of footage on this thing. I never once thought about the storage movement, other than to ask the question, is it full? At the end of the day, you take the card out of the camera, you put it in your PC, there's a bunch of files. One file for every time you hit record. Drag them off onto your PC, and that's it. This is a massive leap forward from videotaping, of course, and it's possible because the camera uses a flash card, and flashcards are random access. Random access means any point on the card is as quick to get to as any other point on the card. It doesn't take a linear amount of time. The distance between 2 points is irrelevant. It can jump from here to here to here to here at exactly the same speed. This is why when I press the play button, it's able to rapidly build thumbnails of all the videos. It's jumping through and grabbing the first frame out of each one because that doesn't cost anything on a random access medium. This is also why it can instantly start recording because it knows in memory at all times where the blank space on the card is. So when I hit the record button, it just zips straight there. This camera is essentially perfect. You can make improvements to the optics, make improvements to the codec, but there's nothing you can do to the recording mechanism to improve it. It's done, it's finished. It could not be better. The problem is that solid-state storage was really expensive for a very long time. I used to shoot with a 32 gig flash card in here, and those were not available at all until like the 2010s. And even then, they were fantastically expensive for quite some time. Even so, that 32 gig card could only hold a couple hours of video, because video is enormous. Digital video is one of the great drive fillers. If you ask me, I figure that about 40% of the multi-terabyte hard drives in the world are full of video files right now. Hollywood footage, DVR recordings, hell, I guess everybody else is just storing stolen movies and porn, so I guess really hard drives are storing video. I don't know what else you do with them. Digital video was taking up tons of space even when it was new.
I can't believe I'm still in Montana. I gotta go all the way to
now, codecs have gotten
near Seattle.
So we can store a lot more in the same space. But
I got 10 hours to get to Seattle.
This camera is recording at right now. If you do the math, at 25 megabits per second times 60 minutes times 60 seconds, this little tiny tape stores about 11 to 12 gigabytes of data. In 1996, there was no consumer media in existence at that time that could store that much data. Maybe a hard drive. But this thing was able to do that in this little tiny package, which you can beat the hell out of, unlike a hard drive. There were, however, no 11 gigabyte flash cards, or 8 gigabyte flash cards, or 2 gigabyte flash cards. There was nothing on that scale in solid state storage. So mini DV offered advantages over analog video for sure, but its limitations still ranged from irritating to intolerable depending on your profession. Everyone was looking for something better. The pros were looking for something better. The consumers were looking for something better. there was room in the market for innovation. In the early 2000s, camcorder manufacturers were looking for a next evolutionary step, something to get camcorders past what they perfected with mini DV into something more accessible, more convenient, and something that fit the digital age better. Besides that, I think they were really key to where they've been for a long time regarding playback. Like I said earlier, in the early days of home video, you shot video on your VHS camcorder, then you took it home and put it straight into your VCR. Even these little tapes you could do that with. There were adapters you could put them in. They would adapt them to fit a normal VCR. So there was a direct workflow. You take it out of the camera, you put it in the TV pretty much.
Finding a
By
new
the
route.
2000s, that was pretty much a memory. Nobody been able to do that with a new camcorder in a very long
and then
time.
turn right.
VHS has been off the market, I believe, for quite a bit, and all the formats
Turn
that come
right.
after it, 8mm, high 8, mini DV, etc., there weren't really any consumer players for them. I mean, I think they did exist, but no one had them. Now, you could plug your mini DV camcorder into your TV directly. It's got an AV jack on there that adapts out to plug into the RCA jacks on your TV. But that's really irritating, because now instead of having a comfortable time watching a tape, you're sitting here like this.
Not bad.
Triangling out of your camcorder, running the battery down, and
Get
having
ready
to press
to
these
turn
little
left.
buttons instead of
100,000. Jeez.
I think that in the early 2000s, the camcorder manufacturers really wanted to
I know this isn't what she's talking about.
shot on the same media that your rented movies. Well, in the early 2000s, if you were looking for a medium that was high density, portable, affordable, durable, and worked in the equipment that consumers already had, the choice was clear. Optical media was going to be the solution. CDs and then DVDs and eventually Blu-rays were the highest density storage available to consumers for quite some time, probably through most of the 2000s. Prior to the development of flash drives, these were really the best way for a consumer to move large amounts of data. In addition, DVDs and Blu-rays were both designed as video formats for home video rental, and everybody was buying players that plugged into their TVs. Optical media was the data and video format of the 2000s. It makes perfect sense that camcorders would be designed to take it, and that's exactly what these do. I have a variety here. I'm collecting them for some time. I wasn't able to get every single one that I wanted, but the ones I wasn't able to get were either prototypes that never really hit production, or like one-offs, or fiendishly expensive, or they're all broken. These ones at least all work. That is a lie. The type that would have been most common for sure would be the DVD camcorders. These are those. I've got 3 of them. These record not onto full-size disc. That would be pretty wild. These record onto 8cm DVDs. You might know these by the term mini DVD, although I'm not sure if that was ever a standard term. And these get about 1.4 gigs per side. They did make dual side and dual layer ones eventually.
I can't even get this to work.
Generally compatible with most equipment. CD players.
It's a shame because I maneuvered around that semi perfectly.
So they could take 8cm discs. In addition, if you put the
Get
right
ready to
files
turn
on
left.
here, you could make video that would play in a DVD player.
Turn
There were
left.
tons of DVD cameras throughout the 2000s, all the way up to about 2010. The oldest one I have is a 2003, I have a 2004, and then this is a 2010 model. It has a piece of tape over the side so you don't get a very late part of the story very early. Now you'll notice one thing about these very quickly, which is that they all betray their media, which is to say, never be
Get
fooled
ready
into
to
thinking
turn
that
left.
these don't take discs. Discs don't
Turn
weigh very
left.
much and they aren't very thick, but they are very large in diameter, so it's kind of unavoidable that they're going to protrude from the palm-sized camcorders that were popular at the time. What's funny about this, though, is that these are actually fairly conventional designs compared to what could have happened. See, there's this phenomenon with camcorders going back to the early 80s. Every time the media shrinks, the camcorder manufacturers go, hey, does the camcorder need to be shaped that way anymore? Well, the trouble is, it was shaped around the medium, and that happened to be really convenient for the human hand. It turns out that human hands are pretty good at grasping things that are like this. So, yes, camcorders do need to keep being camcorder shaped. That's why my little SD card one here is pretty much the same as these, and really pretty much the same as everything going back forever. It's a box or a tube with a grip on the side of it. That doesn't mean they haven't tried, though. Attempts like the vertical Hitachi tube camera in the mid-80s, the JVC cigarette pack that started the mini DV form factor, the Sharp View Cam, the Flip, the whole genre of action cameras, and then this thing, the Sony VCR DV7, which is basically a CD Walkman that you can shoot video on for some reason. See, this device swings the opposite direction entirely. It says, hey, instead of trying to make the camera not about its format, let's make it entirely about its format. Let's have it scream, hi, there's a disc inside of me. I I struggled to not buy one of these on eBay, and I really wanted to, but I did resist it because I'm sure it sucks. PC Magazine's review of it said, what do I have here? The camera was cool and hip, but not so practical for actual use, which is perhaps the most crushing criticism of 2000s industrial design that I've ever heard. But the point is, all these cameras are basically ordinary looking, except for the hump on the side of the disc. I want to start with the media handling, so I'm actually going to start with the 2010 one, because as interesting as the old ones are, this one is actually more representative of how most DVD camcorders handle their media. It's a really nice looking camera. I found out long after I bought it that it was probably really expensive, so it's well designed, it feels good in the hand, all the controls are nicely placed. It's a pretty good camera. By 2010, we really figured out how to make camcorders. I mean, there's honestly very little difference between these two, except that this one has to be a little taller to accommodate the media. This one's media handling is very straightforward. If I pull the switch here, you have to wait for the camera to open the door, just like you did with most videotape camcorders. Right, and then we have a completely conventional Walkman-style CD spindle. The disc here, just put it in there, press, and that's it, and we're ready to shoot. It does take a few seconds after you put the disc in, while it figures out what type of disc it is, checks to see if there's a file system on it and whatnot, and if this disc isn't formatted, we do have to format it. That takes 10 seconds or so. It actually has a little wizard that it walks you through, so you can decide how you want to format it, because there's a couple different ways to record on these. But we'll talk about that later. We'll look at how shooting works in a couple minutes, but first, let's talk about the disc mechanisms in the other two devices. Like I said, this one's very conventional. The way these ones handle their discs is not so conventional. Actually, pretty wild. This one here is the Hitachi DZ-MV230A. It's from 2003. It's actually kind of a late model, technically. Hitachi made the first one back in 2000, and I wanted to get one of those. That was the MV100, but there weren't any on eBay. I've been searching for eons. This one's also DVD-based, but if you saw it from a distance, you might not think that. You might think it takes a floppy or mini disc or something like that. Well, it doesn't take floppy, it doesn't take mini disc. It doesn't quite take DVD either. Let me show you what it takes. This one's so old it actually has a mechanical eject. Yeah, baby. Anyway, what's in here is one of these. It's not mini disc, don't get your hopes up. This is a ordinary DVD-R, but it's inside of a carrier that Hitachi refers to as a square holder. It completely encapsulates the disc. You can't touch it anywhere. When you put it into the camera, it slides the shutter to the side just like a floppy disk. It's easy to use. Just put it in there, close the door. But it is weird. Look at this, you go, why am I being saddled with this? What's this thing about? How do I get discs in that form? What? There is an explanation for this. It just takes some context. Let's talk about disc cabinets. Optical disc manufacturers have always believed, for some reason, that data discs will not survive being scratched. Anyone who grew up in the PlayStation era knows this is not true. Children are machines for demolishing CDs, and despite the horrifying abuse that we put all of our discs through, they still read just fine for the most part. If you want to make a CD stop reading, you pretty much have to put it on some sharp rocks and then jump on it. If you go through the history of optical media, however,
Something tells me he tested that once.
always been trying to get them saddled with these exoskeletons.
Go straight
An early
on.
example was magneto-optical, 80s technology that was very cool, but which most consumers never saw. It stored about 200 odd megabytes in a CD format that was fully rewritable, so you could treat it pretty much.
Yeah, that's not a speed trap at all.
Like I said, it was very cool. It was just
Get fucked.
It came in a plastic case.
Federal government,
Pretty much like this one. It was larger, but it served the same purpose.
state of Montana government.
So that you couldn't fingerprint the disc or scratch it. Now, I can believe this was necessary for magneto-optical, which was a very early rewritable format. Maybe it was super
Go
fragile.
straight on.
But I guess the designers liked it so much they just kept trying to do it. So in the 80s and 90s, computer CD-ROMs didn't have the slide-out drawers that we're used to now. Instead,
Are we in Montana still?
Caddy, a thing that looked just like this or magneto-optical. The purpose would appear to be
Oh yeah.
magneto-optical did. This is kind of wild though.
Go
because
straight on.
discs didn't
This place is huge.
jewel casings, and you were expected to buy your own caddies, and the only way you could get any of the protective benefits is if you kept the discs in the caddies 24/7.
Get ready
But
to
the
turn
discs
right.
came with jewel cases, and the caddies aren't labeled, so now you've got all your discs on a shelf above your PC. You can't can't tell which one's which, and then somewhere else you've got this whole row of
right.
jewel cases that are empty, or you have to throw them away. And on top of that, I've read that these CD caddies cost double digits in the early 90s, so you were adding like 20% of the cost of all.
You gotta wait, dog. What are you doing?
What I've heard very few people did. It's really wild actually, because this could have been super cool if they just worked with software manufacturers to ship
This son of a bitch.
with every program. You could put those in the caddy so you'd have a label, you wouldn't have to keep the jewel case, but they didn't do that, so the whole thing was just irritating. They were in fact counterproductive, because what people did instead is buy and caddy and then swap discs in and out of it out of normal jewel cases, meaning you were handling the discs more and you were fumbling them more. So if anything, this made the situation worse. Then at some point, Mitsumi put out a drive that took discs in a normal drawer.
I guess he took exception to the way that I California rolled the stop sign.
Nebulous reasons, but the concept of the caddy itself kept coming back, although to be fair, every other variant of it made more sense. For instance, Denon sold an incompatible product that looked just like a CD caddy called CD Cart. This was for radio stations though. DJs beat out of their discs, and the radio stations can afford to buy one cart per disc. That way they don't have to spend the money on replacing the discs, so this made perfect sense. I've talked to people who worked in radio stations and used these and loved them. In the late 90s, there was also Sony Mini Disc, which looked exactly like this, and that was meant to be portable, so it really needed the extra durability. It was also permanently installed in the case. You couldn't take it out, so it was fully protected, just like 90 optical. Caddy also came back in the 2000s for the UMD used in the Sony PSP, and it showed up a couple other.
I might hop the curb. Yep, I'm gonna hop it.
So it's an and here's how it's relevant to
yeah, it was a pretty low curb.
DVD format was released. There was
Oh, good. This is an exit only.
Let's find a new route.
This is kind of tertiary for the consumer applications of these camcorders. I'm going to talk about it later, but the important thing is Hitachi wanted their camcorders to take DVD RAM. Well, the early DVD RAM discs came in caddies like this that were sealed, just like Magneto Optical. So if Hitachi wanted to be able to take this kind of disc, then they had to make every other kind of disc look like this. The solution was you could buy square holders. This here is an ordinary DVD-R
That'll do.
into this plastic caddy using these obnoxious plastic fingers that barely hold the disc.
Reroute.
It is really janky. You can see how loosely it's holding the disc there, and at any moment this could fall
Get
out
ready
and
to turn
roll
left.
off the table and get destroyed. And you have to do
Turn
this all
left.
the time because yes, this lets you get it into the camcorder, but then when you're done recording, to get it into a computer or a DVD player, none of which took these things, you're going to have to do this in reverse to get it back out. So just like CD Caddy, this is making you constantly have to handle your bare discs in a really awkward way.
Oh.
Every time you touch this thing, you've got to figure out
Nobody saw that, right?
little fingers work, and you can really easily cross-thread it, and the disc will just fall out. So really, this is just a way to drop your disc and scratch it, but Hitachi had banked
Turn
on
left.
the RAM format for some reason, so you were forced to do this. Damn it! I just did it. I just dropped it trying to put it back into the case, and I've done this dozens of times. And now there's no way to get it out except that, this sucks, man. Now you could buy equipment that would take these in the caddies. You could get certain DVD recorders. You could get PC DVD drives that accepted them. But that was mostly for professionals and enthusiasts. The average
Get ready
individual was
to
not
turn
going to
left.
have one of those. And that meant that after you recorded your video, every single time
Turn
you're going to
left.
have to carefully pop this open, take the disc out, and fingerprint it and scratch it as you get it back into its original jewel case. So the caddy is a pain in the ass. It obviously adds extra expense. Probably confused the hell out of a lot of consumers. It wasn't compatible with many other consumer devices, and it's ultimately counterproductive. That said, there is an advantage if you wanted to spend some extra time and money. If you bought a bunch of bare DVRs and a bunch of holders, you could go home and load them all up and throw them all in your bag. And then when you're out in the field, you can just grab one out of the bag. You don't have to worry about touching it. You don't have to get it out of the jewel case. You just slam it into the camera. Also, there's a write protect switches on here. There's one here and one there because it's a dual-sided carrier. And that's something that discs never have, a method for write protecting them. So if you were like a professional or high-end amateur, I guess, there were some cool things about this, but for most people, utterly pointless. As far as I can tell, nobody but Hitachi bothered with this. Everybody else just used plain spindles, like in this thing. And after a couple of years, Hitachi stopped doing it too.
Go straight on.
Because DVD RAM stopped coming in permanent caddies, so the whole thing became pointless. What they switched to next, however, was even more baffling, harder to explain. In 2004, they put out this guy here.
This is ridiculous.
MD580A. This one does not take square holder. This one takes round holder. This is round holder. I was baffled by square holder until I understood the DVD RAM factor, and then it all made sense. Round holder I don't get at all. It's two very thin pieces of plastic that flex so that you feel like you can scratch the disc by just squeezing it, which might be true. It doesn't really cover very much of the disc surface, and to get it open, you have to squeeze these two invisible latches here.
Canada, eh?
I can't make it.
Damn, so we're on the border.
I just almost
Guess I never thought about it, but yeah,
it's so flimsy.
that makes sense.
It doesn't cover anything. What's this for? It doesn't even have the right protect switch.
What kind of building is that?
It's hard to explain why, but it's actually tougher to handle
Go
this
straight
than
on.
a bare disc. Like with a bare disc, you just feel like you know exactly where to put your hands. But with this one, it feels like you're going to fingerprint it at any moment. And while handling these, I have done so, and I can't even explain why. Your fingers are just attracted to this open space here. The only thing this really seems to accomplish is to make it harder to load the camera. You know how when you put a disc in something, it doesn't matter which orientation you put it in? Well, with this it does. There's only one direction this could go into the camera. Is it that way? No, you'll destroy the disc. Is it that way? No, it won't go in. No, the only way to put this in is like that. And there's no arrow to tell you that that's the orientation, or if there is, it's really hard to see. Additionally,
straight on.
square holder discs came in jewel cases. See this guy here? If I open this up, it actually has a DVD RAM in there in the square holder. This meant that you could load a whole bunch of these up and then put them in the jewel cases and then throw them in your bag. You can't do that with round holder because as far as I can tell, there weren't any jewel cases for it. So you can't load these up at home and take them with you. You have to take one round holder with you and then a bunch of discs and jewel cases, and then you have to balance all this mess on your knee, in public, in the field, in the rain, and open this up and carefully extract the one disc and put it in the other. This sucks, man. Square holder has an excuse and a purpose. Round holder has neither, and a year later Hitachi stopped using them and can't figure out why they ever did. Alright, so, putting Hitachi's bizarre adventure with carriers aside, all three of these cameras are very simple to use. Turn them on and press record. This is the ME230A. It's not incredible or terrible. It looks like a home movie shot on DVD. This is the ME580A. The footage is not incredible or terrible. It looks like a home movie shot on DVD. And this is the 2010 camera. I'll give you its model number later. It's a secret for now. It doesn't look incredible or terrible. It looks like a home movie being shot on DVD. Although it is widescreen, while the other ones were not. It's actually using the exact same number of pixels, 720 by 480, and just stretching them horizontally so it uses a 16:9 aspect ratio when you play it back. This is actually how all widescreen DVDs work. The picture from each camera looks about the same as what you get from a mini DV camcorder. The one from this one might look a little better because it's so much newer than the others, but it's still just DVD. The controls on all of them are arguably about the same. The newer one just uses a touchscreen while the others use joysticks for navigation.
Keep right.
Overall, the features and options for each user are pretty much the same as any other camcorder from this era. You got your zoom, you got your
I feel a speed limit change coming. I just got up to speed.
shot, and it's got image stabilization, but really the only thing missing from any other contemporary camcorder are all the silly digital video effects, the sepia tone, the mosaic. But I think that stuff was falling out of popularity at that time anyway, so these are pretty much bog standard for 2000. Now, just in case you noticed in a close-up, these do have flash card slots. This one has an SD card holder right here, but these aren't for recording video. These are actually for recording still photos. The thing that turbo nerds like me never notice about these, because we have a purpose-built device for every single thing we do in our lives, is that most camcorders starting in like 2000, actually a few going back even further, have a still photo button. This mini DV camera has it, and I have no real idea why. On this one, pressing the button just records like 4 seconds of a still image. I don't get it. I don't know what the purpose of that is. With these, however, it makes quite a bit more sense. I was informed that the sensors in these cameras are actually higher resolution than they need for video. So even though they do standard def, they're doing like pixel binning in order to get better noise. So if you press the photo button on one of these cameras, it will take a photo at the full actual resolution of the sensor and save it to the SD card. It doesn't look
Go
incredible,
straight
but
on.
it looks better than you expect. So I can take a selfie.
That was cutting it pretty close.
The wild thing about this is that since these predate decent ultra-bright LEDs, they actually have xenon flash tubes on the front of them. The 2000s were an incredible time to be alive. After you finish shooting, you start getting into the stuff that the disc medium actually enables. So I can go to playback mode here, and there's almost immediately a grid of thumbnails of all the clips I
Get
shot
ready
on this
to exit
disc.
right.
Just selecting one, start playing it right away, and if something happens in the middle of it, I can just bail out of that mode, hit record, and instantly we're recording again. There are slight delays. The laser head knocking
Exit
drive
right.
can't move instantaneously. It has to seek from here to here. A hard drive would be faster, but it's so minimal that you really don't mind. These guys haven't really been in a situation yet where I hit the record button and it wasn't ready to record. So that means that these camcorders are pretty much the earliest ones in history where it made sense to review your footage.
And I think we are changing states.
With digital SLRs. So that's a big feature bump compared to videotape. But a big glaring feature gap compared to videotape is that you can't record over anything. We'll get into more of this later, but generally speaking, you can't delete a video once it's on the disc. This gets particularly exciting because the earlier ones do not support DVD-RW. I'm not sure why. The format was around at the time this came out, but they'll only do R or DVD-RAM. This means once you've shot a video, you're stuck with it, and that kind of highlights a primary downside of this medium. You aren't able to just freely blank and remove data from it. So if you had a DVD
Go straight on.
once you record it, it's done. You've got whatever's on there, you can never use it again. And with a DVD-RW, once those became available in camcorders, you could reuse it, but you had to write the whole thing. You couldn't just delete one clip. That's not super ideal. So in terms of flexibility, discs at this point were actually less convenient than videotape ones. However, I'm not convinced this actually bothered anybody. A lot of people used tapes by recording one, putting it in a box, recording another, in a box, and then buying more tapes when they were out. And the people who wanted to reuse the media, well, they had to wait till DVD-RW. But at that point, erasing a whole disc probably wasn't that big a deal, because who starts recording over a tape when they want to save certain parts of it? Most people probably are okay with using the whole thing at that point. So I'm not sure this was actually that big of a deal, but it is a weird thing to get used to. Now, reviewing footage in the field is a neat trick, but certainly not the primary purpose of these. What was it like to watch the video at home when you were done? Well, that's kind of why I made this video. If these just shot video and made discs and that was all there was to it, I don't think I could have come up with a narrative. The things that make us interested in old stuff are usually their flaws. These have flaws. The previous
That very well could be the same train. I don't think it is, though.
plugging it into your TV. Now you can do that with these. They all have AV out. But why can't we just take the DVD out and play that? The TV isn't that the bridge we were sold. The ads and manuals for these camcorders do make this promise. They offer to return you to the halcyon days of VHS when you can take a tape straight out of the camcorder.
Look at this. This is cool. Look at this forest.
To the extent that this works, it works very well. There are limitations. Let's start with the good foot forward. I'm going to shoot video on this camcorder. We'll put it into my girlfriend's set-top player, and we'll see how that looks. This is being played like any normal commercial DVD, and as you can see, the camcorder created a menu with individual thumbnails for each of the clips that I recorded.
I am just burning gas.
Since it makes a new clip every time you press the button, if you think about it while you're recording, make sure you create clips only for things that are interesting, assuming you know what's coming up in the event that you're recording. You can make a disc that actually will let you navigate via thumbnails, so you can look for interesting events and choose them from the DVD remote. Given a fairly determined user before you work within the constraints of the camera and its medium, this thing is a design triumph because it turns a person who knows nothing about video editing and would normally have produced a videotape with 2 hours of content and no way to find anything interesting into somebody who can produce a finished, polished work that you can put into anyone's DVD player. You don't have to dangle a camera off their TV with a cord and just sit back on the couch and select the most interesting moments from a party or a soccer game or whatever else people record with camcorders without any effort at all. That's pretty cool. When this system works, it works very well. The problem is that authoring DVDs is not as simple as recording videotape. With tape, you start recording by doing it, and you stop recording by not doing it anymore. With DVD, it is somewhat more involved than that. The DVD camcorder is meant to look that simple, and the manufacturers really tried. But under the hood, DVD is really sophisticated, and they were not able to hide all that sophistication from the user. The video I just shot on this disc, if I put it in my PC, there'll be no files. If I take it upstairs, put it in my girlfriend's DVD player, it'll say the disc is blank.
writable optical media is incredibly janky. Even if you're pretty young, you're probably familiar with quite a few writable media formats. CDR, CDRW, DVR, DVRW, DV plus R, DV plus RW, DVRAM, BDR, BDRE, dual-sided discs, dual-layered discs, MO. I could go on, but those are all the successful ones. Generally speaking, the ones with an R in the name you can put to your burner and write to one time. The other ones you can erase and write to again. But with all these formats, you don't have to write to the entire disk at once. You write a little bit of data, and then you can write more data.
Fuck you, man.
But it's not as simple as that. I researched how optical disks worked for so long that I had like 20 minutes of exposition here, and when I came back and read it, I was just speaking in tongues. So let me go with the brass tacks. Before you can read almost any burned disk, you have to finalize it. Finalizing a disk is a process in which the burner writes special information that's necessary for other drives to find the data you just read. Once you finalize the disk, you can read it in almost any drive, at least nowadays. But as the name implies, you can't write any more data to it. This finalization thing was present in almost every disk format, and it put camcorder designers in a real pickle. If you want to record video to a disk, it can't be finalized. But if you want to play the disk, it has to be finalized. So how do you record video, then play it back, then record more video? You can't, if you have a DVD-R, you put that in your camcorder and record 5 minutes video on it, and you want to go see it immediately, you have to finalize it. Once you've done that, you have a 5-minute disc. Doesn't matter how long it was before, now it's a 5-minute disc. If it's a DVD-R, that's it. The rest
Perfect.
is gone. If it's a DVD-R,
Glides like a fucking floating on clouds.
erase everything at once. Or on some camcorders, you can unfinalize it. I don't know what this is. I read a whole bunch of like patents and stuff and could not figure out what unfinalizing does or whether it's actually supposed to work. So I don't know if it breaks compatibility with any DVD players, but at least there is that option if your camcorder can do it. Again, that wasn't there in the first few years of DVD camcorders. It's super ironic that with all the benefits of random access memory, that this actually takes away the whole ability to flexibly use the media the way you could with videotape. Of course, you could still plug your camcorder into a TV and play your video back without finalizing, which brings us to an interesting question. As I showed you earlier, I can record a clip on this and then press the play button and immediately watch the clip. No finalizing. So the camcorder could read it without finalization. Why can't other things? I looked up all the documentation I could. I even read some patents, and I couldn't
Riveting.
find anything that explained how this trick was accomplished. But if this camera can do it, if all these cameras can do it, why couldn't players do it? Why can't my...
Oh, that's fucking
then can't we just not finalize?
Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX
Thing
on the bus.
seems dumb and inexplicable, and I can't figure out why any of it was needed or why it never got fixed. Now, the best part of all is that the decision of when to finalize is on you.
Go
by
straight on.
necessity. The camcorder can't know when you're done shooting and are ready to ruin the rest of your disc. So you have to make the decision of when to lock that disc down. It's also not obvious how to do this. Even if you're told, oh, you have to finalize the disc, you have to dig into the menus and start going through them to find the option for it. There's no button on the camera that does it, and it's never on the first page of the menu when you open it. Even if you filled up the entire disc and there are no other options for proceeding, it will still require you to go into the menu and find the finalize option and then select, yes, I definitely want to do this. There's nothing else you can do, and it still requires you to do this. It's a UX disaster. I can only imagine the hell of your parents calling you over and over, telling you that they shot video at their niece's birthday party or whatever, and they can't read it, and the disc is jammed. You're going, you have to finalize it, like I told you last time, and then you're trying to walk them through finding the option in the menus because you only vaguely remember where it is. And every time they try to go right on the menu, it doesn't respond immediately because the camera has a slow processor, so they hit it again, and it buffers the input, they end up too many over. And they're just freaking out, they're just losing it. Like, I think the video's gone, and you're like, no, no. And all of this is not their fault because this is a weird thing to have to do. It's a weird thing to be told you have to do this and to learn when you should do this and when you shouldn't do this and what the drawbacks are. And it's just ridiculous they weren't able to insulate the user from this in any way. This sucks, but it also seems to be an inevitable quality of the medium. These discs just are based on technology that wasn't for this. They weren't designed from the ground up to do this thing, and they're being beaten into shape, and they don't quite fit.
I have to assume this whole finalization nonsense was really irritating to consumers, caused all sorts of confusion, and probably led to some really weird behavior. You know, like how people will just leave their dishes dirty for like a whole day because the dishwasher isn't quite full and they don't want to run a load that's not full. There had to be people walking around in June with Christmas footage on their camcorder because, hey, I've got 10 minutes left. I don't want to waste 10 minutes. Speaking of wasted minutes, let's talk about how long it takes to finalize a disc. On a PC, finalizing a disc takes, I don't know, 10 seconds. I don't think I've ever seen it take any longer. On these camcorders, it takes longer. For reasons I can't begin to comprehend, finalizing a disc in these camcorders seems to require writing to the entire surface of the disc at what appears to be virtually real-time speed. So, per the manual,
Keep
in the
right,
worst-case scenario,
and then turn
finalizing
right.
a disc can take 35 minutes. I did not think this could be true when I read it. I just
Turn
thought,
right.
no, that's some sort of like, that's some outlandish.
Holy fuck, that was...
Dirt on it or something. They're preparing.
Ooh,
I set
Go
up my
straight
camcorder,
on.
I shot a couple
maybe the scariest thing I've ever done.
Go straight on.
Oh,
approximately 33 minutes. I
oh, you didn't see that. You don't see me.
entire surface of the
You
disc.
don't see me. Fucking pig.
Dual layer DVDRs were introduced. In the worst case finalization,
Oh, look at him. He's speeding.
2 hours.
Punk bitch.
That's terrible. The saving grace is that the wait time goes down as you fill up the disc, so you really only get those ridiculous finalization times if you just barely use a disc. If you fill the whole thing up, like probably a lot of people did, it only takes a few seconds. So that makes it better, but not great. Also, you can't finalize
Go
because
straight.
Oh, there's another one. Maybe they did see me.
because who would bother to check the battery before starting to finalize? I wouldn't. I would never remember to do that. But if you're at a friend's house and all you have is a sack of spare batteries and you didn't bring along the really cumbersome AC adapter, you're out of luck. Let me explain what I mean by the cumbersome AC adapter. With camcorders,
Go
very
straight on.
rarely you'll get one that's like this, where it just has a DC plug. Very simple, straightforward. I love it. That's not how most camcorders work. Most camcorders are powered by something like this. See, take the battery off the camera, and then you've got this plastic plate here, and the plate has contacts on it that are in the same pattern as the battery. And you take that plate and you put it on the back of the camera where the battery would go. These are called battery replacers. I hate that term. Since it's meant to feel and look like a battery, but isn't a battery, I call these battery go-lights. Then you take that, and you plug it with a proprietary connector usually, your battery charger. So now you've got this janky, multi-port thing with this weak connection in the middle of it. And you can't even charge a battery on here while you're running the camcorder. These things are terrible when they're new, but in addition, they're almost all gone. Every time somebody gets a used camcorder, this thing has been lost, or they just throw it away and then put just the camcorder on eBay. Which means that once this battery dies, if I can't buy a new one, this camcorder turns into a pumpkin. Same with all the other ones.
I'm not gonna go in there with this trailer.
Go straight on.
But the preceding 15 minutes were a dumpster fire of user experience disasters. I just explained a whole bunch of things about these camcorders that you shouldn't need to know, and I think this is veering us towards some reasons these might not be as fondly remembered as other types of camcorder. I'm not saying they failed. I think a lot of people will say something failed when they didn't have one, or like 80% of houses didn't have one, and that's a metric that should only matter to CEOs. If you're a CEO, I don't care what you think. There were so many DVD camcorders sold for so long that by the only metrics that matter, these things must have been successful, but I suspect they were not loved. I think people had these, I think people used them, but I don't think they felt the kind of attachment that they did to VHS camcorders, where they were just kind of married to them. I think they must have been a little less transparent than people would have preferred, and a lot less transparent than the modern SD card type ones, which you just use until it says card full. There's literally nothing else to think about. And if you're not convinced, then I've got to tell you about some of the other limitations of the format. The finalization thing is weird, but like nerds could probably figure it out. There are plenty of things about these that most nerds probably can't figure out, including me. For instance, many camcorders allow you to record in 2 different modes, DVD video or DVR. These both record the same type of footage, but they're recording in different formats on the disc. The DVD video format is the one that will play in any consumer player. DVR is intended specifically for DVD recorders, so not just camcorders, but like dedicated standalone units. I don't know what those are used for or who bought them. I guess you can use them for like DVR purposes. somehow they allow you to delete and shrink.
I don't know what the fuck this guy keeps saying.
Yes, don't know how, and not very relevant to most consumers, but a lot of these camcorders would make you make a decision of which way to use, having no idea what they're going to do. Another thing is the weirdness of DVD versus DVD Plus. There are other people who can explain this better than me, but I have to put a disclaimer here. A lot of the issues I've described so far, and some more issues I'll describe later, might go away if you use Plus R or Plus R W. I'm going to calm out here and say I can make sense of it, which means most consumers can make sense of it, and most consumers probably bought whatever was cheapest and most available. So you have to assume that the minus R, the lowest common denominator, is what most people perceive these days. So I'm just going to go with that. Besides, the early models didn't support those formats anyway. So given that most consumers probably didn't understand that DVR and Plus R were different formats, imagine the experience of flipping through the menu and seeing the tables that explain what you can and can't do depending on which format you have. I have been staring at these, and I can't make any sense of it. I don't know which one is the best disc, or if you just happen to have different ones for different purposes. And I'm highly technical. Imagine what it's like for someone who's not. They have more tables and even flow charts. It's just baffling, and some of it doesn't make any sense even having tried it. There's spots in the flow chart where I swear it said that if you unfinalize a disk, it'll delete the disk. But then I tried that, and it just made a new one. So what does that mean? Does it break compatibility with something? I have no idea. It's all very spooky. I don't like it. The whole experience is just intimidating. Even if you don't care about any of that, though. You just want to slam a disk in the device, leave it on default, and hit record. You still run into runtime issues. The original highly successful portable video format was VHS-C. It only got 30 minutes per tape, which was pretty painful. Nobody liked that. But by the end of the 80s, they mitigated this. You could record in the EP mode, which would get you, I think, an hour, 2 hours of video on one of these little tapes. You had to increase the quality to do that. EP didn't look as good. But then when you got to high 8 tape, you got to mini EP tape, it would let you do an hour in the highest quality.
Okay,
So
let's
things
find a
got
new
lot
route.
better. Then DVD comes along, knocks us right back to 30 minutes. The original 1.4 gig 8cm DVR can only store 30 minutes of video. Eventually they did put out dual layer DVRs, which got us back up to 60 minutes, but they came late and they
Get
cost
ready to
more.
turn
There
right.
were also dual-sided DVRs, but you had to flip those halfway through, so you might as well
Turn
just
right,
bought 2 discs.
and then
really.
turn
But
right.
just like the
How
original
the fuck am I supposed to do this?
on DVDs by lowering your quality level. Did you know that DVDs supported lower bit rates and lower resolutions? I had no idea until I read about the box of DVDs. This camera here supports 3 modes: extra, fine, and standard.
Here, I'm shooting the maximum 8 megabit forward. Here, and I think for a lot of people this would look fine. In this case, and if you've got a dual-sided or dual layer going, you get a much
Never mind. I'll find a new route.
onto a single disc, pretty cool. But again, you had to know this was there and what the
I can't believe I did that.
By the way, the resolution of these modes is interesting. The 2010 DVD camcorder shoots at the full 720 by 480 DVD resolution, but the 2004 model never does. Its higher 2 quality tiers shoot at 702 by 480, and the lowest quality mode shoots at 352 by 480. And these numbers are all weird. I don't know where they come from, but they are part of the specification, apparently.
Get ready to
I know fuel weight is definitely simulated because I weighed more at the last weigh station.
To landscape. Now, there's lots of video formats that
I weighed over 100,000 pounds.
save space because they don't notice horizontal resolution. But I've never seen one that was actually shot in the opposite aspect ratio of how it'll be displayed. If all goes well, I'll put a video clip up here showing what it looks like if you don't stretch it. In my head, it's pretty wacky. Alright, so DVD camcorders were a mess. They were quirky. You had to be savvy to know how to operate them effectively. They probably confused a lot of people, but ultimately they mostly worked. I mean, by and large, this thing has done whatever I asked it to do, except at least a couple of things you have to know about. Now, in addition, if you're wondering how they deal with shake, I haven't had a problem so far with recording video while bringing the camera around. While it was recording the last clip, I was unscrewing it from the tripod, and nothing happened. So they seem to be fairly robust, but they're just weird. The thing is, if you were savvy, if you were a huge nerd at this time, there's a good chance that you weren't so interested in getting 2004, more interested in getting it into a computer. Well, if you're doing that, you can actually use these in a much better mode. Now, we get to talk about DVD-RAM. You might not know that DVD-RAM discs existed.
Go straight on.
I think they missed most people, and I'm not sure why. It was a pretty cool technology. It came out in the late 90s along with DVD, and it provided a much better format for like most of what nerds do. If this was a video about DVD-RAM, I'd go do deep background and figure out what the whole story with it was. It's not, so I'm just going to say that I would think it would have been a like indelible cultural artifact, something that everyone remembers using and loves, but almost nobody seems to remember using it. I have no idea why. I mentioned earlier that DVD-RWs cannot be erased. If you put a file on one, it's just there until you delete the entire disk. This isn't 100% true. If you had, for instance, a Windows XP machine, you could put a disk in it and just delete a file out of it, and the file would disappear. And you could put it in another computer, and it would still be gone. You could overwrite it, and it would get overwritten. But this was only enabled by a trick. It was all illusions. DVDs, and Blu-rays actually, use a file system called UEF that is specifically designed to enable tricks like this. Long story short, when you delete a file...
It's beautiful out here.
See, it just marks the file as not existent. It's still there on the disk, you just can't see it. If you overwrite a file, the old version is still there. It just burns a new version and only links to that one. Because it's all an illusion, though, as you overwrite or delete files, the disk will get smaller and smaller as it fills up with old versions. If it's a DVD-R, it'll eventually just be impossible to write anything else to it. And if it's an RW, you'll have to erase it before you can use it again. So this is a cute trick, but it doesn't actually solve the problem that people wanted to use disks like flash drives. DVD-RAM can be used just like a flash drive. I need a laptop. I'm going to put this DVD-RAM disk in the drive. It shows up just like any other DVD, but if I select it, I can then grab a file and drag it onto the disk. It starts copying onto the disk just like it's a USB flash drive. I mean, it's not copying very fast. It's about 900 kilobytes per second, which is not hot, but I didn't have to use a burning program. There's no sessions, there's no finalization. When it's done, it'll just be done. I should mention this is not a special drive. It's a completely bog standard DVD burner from a 2011 Dell Business laptop. If you have a DVD burner or a Blu-ray burner, it'll almost certainly do this too. And then once it's on there, you can just delete it, and now the file is gone. I mean, the bits are probably still on the disk, but they're no longer marked as used.
Go
So
straight
when I
on.
put another file on there, it'll overwrite them. These came out about when DVD did, and I don't know why they didn't have massive uptake, because they pretty much do just what flash drives do. For all intents and purposes, they're just slow USB drives. I think these were intended to be a replacement for magneto-optical in professional use, but they could have been used by anyone, and indeed, anyone buying one of these camcorders could use DVD-RAM in it. The disc I have in this camcorder right now is DVD-RAM. I'll show it to you.
Go straight on.
Tell it's DVD-RAM because it's got these weird little dash marks on it. My understanding is that those are called hard sectors. They basically delineate the beginning and end of chunks of data on the disk, so that when the laser goes to do a read or write operation, it can precisely locate a specific
Get
spot.
ready to turn
This
left.
allows it to erase just one chunk of data and rewrite it. As far as I understand it, these are really no different than DVD-RWs. They just provide extra location info, which allows the drive to precisely target a piece of data and overwrite and delete it. This fundamentally alters how the medium works, so now you can just freely delete and overwrite data. So that means you can do this. Hi there, it's me. Here I am. I'll take the disk out of this camcorder, put it right into this computer. Then I'll go do what you do. Now if I go into the disk here and drag this file onto VLC, hi there, it's me. There I am. So that's really
There I am.
Have you ever used DVR or DVRWs? Because they don't. Normal players. Of course they don't. We can't have nice things. I don't know why DVD-RAM was not supported on most players. There were some that could do it, but my understanding is many wouldn't, so this was pretty much dead on the vine. It was never going to go anywhere as far as consumers were concerned, because at that point, very few people wanted to put videos on their computer. For that purpose, it works fantastically, and I think you could also put these discs into the aforementioned commercial DVD recorders that they would play, but for the vast majority of people, this was completely irrelevant. But if you were one of the people that this was applicable to, it was awesome. Everybody else was using their mini DV cameras, sitting around waiting for the data to spool off. You were coming home after shooting some video, plugging this thing in your computer like an SD card, and just copying the files
a new
off.
route.
DVD RAM is unquestionably very
I know that's totally illegal, but
it fixes all the problems. All the finalization nonsense goes out the window. Having to care what type of disc you're using goes out the window. It's pretty much
I wouldn't have not have been able to get the motherfucker in here.
slower medium. It functions exactly the same as my Canon Vixia in every conceivable way. In the late 2000s, as broadband proliferated and people started getting computers and large hard drives and whatnot, this could have started becoming a lot more relevant, as people wanted to get more video onto the computers, share it online, and so on. However, flash drives were coming down in price, hard drive camcorders were coming out, so DVD RAM never had an opportunity to shine the way it could have. But man, I wish I'd had one of these back in the day. I would have loved it. All right, I have to eat crow here. It appears I was a little too hard on Caddy. When I was editing this video, I had to get the footage off the DVD RAM discs that I shot in the camcorders. I discovered that no matter how careful you are, you will fingerprint them. And if you fingerprint them, they will not read. No matter how small the smudge is, the drive just spits it back out. So it appears the Caddy was absolutely necessary. And this just makes Hitachi's decision to put it in a camcorder when there was no other equipment to take it even wilder. But I guess there were just no options. I mean, Hitachi could have put out a PC drive that supported the smaller cartridges, but I can't find evidence that they or anyone else did this. So again, the 2000s were a wild time to be alive, and I apologize to DVD RAM Caddy. I was mean. However, despite the fact that hard drives and SD cards were very soon going to eclipse the need for any sort of physical media, disc-based camcorders didn't die there. The next model here is the...
Okay, now that nerve-wracking bullshit is over.
Again with the Hitachi, they were making optical drives and discs, so every time a new format came out, they were first to market with a bunch of stuff like this. This one's not much of a logical leap. I mean, it takes Blu-ray. Blu-ray had come out, it was the new video format. Obviously, there was going to be a camcorder, so here it is. Like the others, it shoots on an 8cm disc. Just this time, it's a Blu-ray. This is a BD-RE. If you're curious about the difference between an RW and an RE, there is none. There was some sort of slap fight at the Blu-ray forum, and they decided to change the terminology everyone was used to one.
Yeah, it's about that time.
Functional senses, this is indistinguishable from the DVD camcorders, except that, of course, it shoots in HD. It shoots 1920 by 1080, interlaced, of course, but nobody got progressive HD in 2008. Nobody. Besides the jump to high def, all the positives and many of the negatives still apply. It shoots the same way, it auto-generates menus, you can play the disc in a set-top Blu-ray player. Really the biggest change is just that this one only takes a few seconds to finalize the disc, regardless of how much you record. It also gets about an hour of video on one disc at high bitrate, which is pretty cool, although high bitrate here doesn't seem to count for that much.
Here's the BD10 recording at 16 megabits. Here's the BD10 recording at 8 megabits. And here it is shooting at 5 megabits. Now, to my eyes, none of these looked that great when I tested it. This one isn't even shooting in full resolution. It's shooting at 1440 by 1080, which is actually a 4:3 resolution, which is being stretched to 16:9, just like the DVD widescreen discs do. This was a pretty common thing for early camcorders shooting in HD to do 1440 by 1080. There's even some pro equipment that does it. It just saves a lot of space by throwing away some horizontal detail that most people will never notice. Now, as a convenient, easy-to-use, consumer-affordable device that shoots on the same format that won the HD video war, this seems just as relevant as the DVD cameras, except that this is not actually shooting on Blu-ray.
Yes, it shoots on Blu-ray if you want to do that, but it also has a built-in hard drive and it can shoot on SD card. That's where the video I just shot actually came from. I should mention that Hitachi actually made a ton of hybrid cameras like this throughout the late 2000s, and their name for them in Japan was Woo. Not Woo, Woo. Not joking.
Woo.
I kept seeing these things listed with Woo in quotes, and I thought it was some sort of like SEO search technique. No, that is really what they're called in Japan. I have no idea why. So you can switch between the three formats very easily by just flipping the switch in the back and switch between modes. And there's no difference in how it shoots video. I just used the SD card to shoot that because it's the exact same files that would be recorded to the Blu-ray disc. It's just a lot easier to get it into my computer. So it really just comes down to convenience. If you wanted long run time, you shot on the hard drive. If you wanted convenience, you shot on the SD card. And if you wanted something that would play in a set-top player, you shot on Blu-ray. for a ton of people, the Blu-ray
Am I gonna make it?
if you got
Oh
it
yeah, easy.
because it was on sale or something, you could just totally ignore that part and just use it as a
Easy.
and I'm sure that happened a lot. But people who would have been interested in the Blu-ray component would have been people who weren't very computer savvy, so they still wanted discs they could play in their normal set-top box, or people who wanted to be able to burn discs to give to other people. Even if you did have your own high-end PC at this time, you couldn't rely on your family members having one, so if you wanted a video of your kids' first steps that you wanted to take around to the family, you could burn a disc and take it around and play it in their players. And the great part about this is you didn't even have to burn it on the disc to begin with. There's this little button on here called Dubbing, which will let you copy between any of the internal formats. So you can copy from hard drive to SD, from Blu-ray to hard drive, or from hard drive to Blu-ray. You can master a disc right in the camcorder wherever you are. So you can just shoot everything on the hard drive, and then when you realize that someone might want a particular set of clips to watch on their TV, you can just select them, burn them to the disc, and give them the disc right there on the spot. Realizing this capability led me to this beautiful fantasy about a man who I hope exists. Imagine some dad, some gadget dad, you know the type, who goes to a soccer game for his kid, records it on his camcorder, and then at the end, as it's winding down, he sits there on the bleachers with a stack of mini discs, putting them into his camcorder and running off dub plates of the game. He sits there, burning these discs, putting them in little envelopes, sealing them with little stickers he printed on his inkjet printer with his Avery labels, and hands one out to every other parent. I'm sure this man existed, and I love him. This tremendous dork is my hero. Hyper nerds like me are so cynical that we won't use tools like this. It's not nearly cool and slick and correct enough. But this guy is living his best life somewhere, still running off Blu-rays on this camcorder that nobody watches. But he's really satisfied with how things are going, and I'm really happy for him. Ultimately, I think most people who got this camera never used the Blu-ray burner. I think they mostly got them as gifts. They got them because they were on sale, and the Blu-ray was this thing that was neat. It was a nice bullet point. They never ended up using it. And of course, if you ignore the disc burner, there is absolutely nothing that stands out about this camera, except that it was HD in 2008, which was still pretty cool at the time. There is one weird quirk about it, in case you ever have one, which is that the files it produces, no matter what medium you burn them on, they'll play in normal Blu-ray players. They will not play on a current computer. They should just be playing H.264, really the same thing that this camera is producing. But I put them into every program I had, VLC, MPC, AVI Deluxe, every single program that I normally use to view and convert files just chokes on this. They play the audio, no video. People have taken some stabs at trying to figure out what's wrong with it. As best we can tell, it's just setting some flags incorrectly in the file that just confuses the hell out of FFmpeg. Adobe Premiere can read it, and the software that comes with the camera can sort of read it. Naturally, it came with a disc that had some bespoke Hitachi program, something they commissioned just for playing the Blu-ray files from this camera on computers of the era. But when you try and play the files out of this with it, it loads them in the wrong color space. It was some sort of weird vertical striping phenomenon going on. But if you run it through the conversion utility that converts it into MP4, it works. So I have no idea what's going on now. Anyway, that pretty much sums up the timeline, right? I mean, that's the whole 2000s. You went from DVD to Blu-ray, so that's the end of the disc story. Well, not quite, because there's things that happened later for weird reasons, there's things that happened earlier that are worth talking about, and there's things that didn't happen that I want to cover. First, let's return to the 2010 DVD camera, the one
Go straight
that I've been
on.
lying to you about. What lies behind the tape? Let me firmly mire this thing in context. The Blu-ray format hit the market hard in 2006. The Blu-ray camcorder came out in 2008. Why would you put out a standard def camcorder in 2010? Well, I will now reveal the dark secrets of this device. This is the Sony HDR UX5, and it shoots in HD. No, it doesn't shoot on Blu-ray. No, it doesn't shoot on DVD. That's a different format. They never made camcorders for that.
Go straight on.
I would have one. No, this shoots in HD on DVDs. It shoots 1920 by 1080 interlaced video, just like the Blu-ray camera does. It just does it on DVD. You can't play these in a normal DVD player, of course, but because it shoots in AVC HD, which is basically the Blu-ray camcorder format, you can play these discs in Blu-ray players. I see I have a question. Okay, I see the whole audience is asking the same question. Wouldn't that suck? Yeah, how are you going to fit any substantial amount of 1080 video onto a DVD since they're so much smaller? That's a good question. I'm glad you asked that. You can't do it. The runtime on these is atrocious. For anyone who isn't following along at home with Wikipedia and a calculator, a normal
Get ready
Blu-ray
to
disc is
turn
25
right.
gigs per layer. And at the normal commercial bit rate of Blu-ray movies, which is apparently 40 megabits per second, that's only about 135 minutes of video. On a 1.4 gig DVD, well, it's not great. It varies. You can shoot at different bit rates, but at the full bit rate, you get 15 minutes. 15 minutes is not good. It's the other thing. Bad. That's it. Unusable. Worthless product nobody would want. There it is. At 15 minutes, this would be completely unusable for anyone. That is a useless format. Nobody needs a camera that can only shoot 15 minutes per disc. Now, there are ways to mitigate this. If you put a dual layer disc in there, you get back up to 30 minutes, which sucks because it's taking us back to, 1984. But the other thing you can do is to lower the quality. This will go down to lower bit rates, just like all the others. At its lowest bit rate, it's 5 megabits, and it'll do 60 minutes at that bit rate. The question is, do you want 60 minutes of 5 megabit video?
Well, shockingly, yes, you would. It actually looks pretty good. In fact, it looks better than the Blu-ray camera. I figured being a couple years newer, this one has better optics, better sensor, faster image processor. It's probably getting a lot more out of these 5 megabits than the Blu-ray camera was. And since H.264 is so much more efficient than MPEG-2 was, it's getting a lot more out of the 5 megabits than it was as a DVD camera. So once you put this all together, this actually makes a ton of sense. This video wouldn't look half bad being played on a 42-inch plasma screen at a family gathering. And you can get 60 minutes on here on a cheap DVD-R instead of an expensive new Blu-ray disc. So this camera is actually really dope. And to be fair to the camera, if you do need to shoot something that's only going to last a few minutes, shooting in the high quality mode, so with this 12 megabit mode, which is the best this camera can do, does look fantastic. In addition, it's not a badly made product. In fact, it even has a full-size HDMI port, which none of my other cameras have, except the one I'm shooting this on, which I bought because it had a full-size HDMI port. The Blu-ray camera also has HDMI, but it's mini HDMI, which in my experience breaks really easily, so I detest it. This camera is so much better than it has any right to be that I'm actually thinking of using it as a second angle camera in future shoots. It's actually that good. As impressive an accomplishment as this is, though, I think by 2010, people were probably getting very used to manipulating and sharing video on smartphones or on their computers, and so the need for physical media of this sort was probably declining rapidly. There were, of course, the family members who only had a Blu-ray player or a DVD player, but at this point, if you really needed to, you could put the video on your computer, convert it, and burn it to a disc. So I suspect that this didn't uptake. They didn't make any more of them. The last DVD camcorder I'm aware of was maybe 2011.
Ow.
I can't quite pin down which one that would have been. And I don't know where Blu-ray camcorders went necessarily, but I think by and large, people don't care about disc burning. I think this is really where it ended. Going backwards in the timeline, though, people might be wondering, were there ever any CD camcorders? Now, CD was never a video format for most people, but there was that thing called video CD, right? If you're from the US, there's probably like a 1% chance that you've heard of video CD, let alone seen one. It had no uptake here. It came out in like 1993. It was supposed to be, a replacement for VHS, but it was really low quality and nobody wanted to buy it.
Just blinded everybody on the interstate very nonchalantly, but that's okay.
And so it just sort of died on the vine and nobody here bought it. It was very quickly forgotten. It was very limited. Since it was using MPEG-1, which had inferior compression to MPEG-2, and it was using a smaller disc to begin with, you could not get a whole movie onto a video CD anything like 4K.
You're a jackass.
Atrocious resolution of 352 by 240. That would look a little bit like this, which is not great. It's not completely awful. In a lot of ways, it's similar to the effective resolution of the original VHS before there were any enhancements, but I think nobody here was willing to upgrade just to get this. I know about video CD primarily because in the late 90s it played a small role in the emerging piracy scene, where people were trying to get movies online. They ripped from DVDs and played them on their TVs, but they didn't have.
Now I'm getting nervous because traffic's all heavy and bogged down from little camp merges.
And most DVD players will play it. This was a ridiculous process that had all sorts of pitfalls, but hey, you wanted to watch The Matrix on your big screen and you didn't want to pay for it. What else were you going to do? So video CD had very little penetration here, but it did take off in other regions. A number of Asian countries where ostensibly its resistance to humidity and its small size made it a lot more appealing than VHS. Wikipedia has a picture of a store in the Philippines that's got like 2014 era movies racked up on the shelves in VCD format. And I've heard that it's actually still around now, although I can't confirm that. So In a place that loves VCD that much, you'd think there would have been a VCD camcorder.
What are you doing, dude?
Usually when something like this exists, I can find some evidence of it, but if they made them, they never made them here, and they never made it to an English language website. But most, I just think they...
Little swerves, indecisive. I don't know what lane I need to be in. Who the fuck drives a station wagon?
This could have been overcome, but would have been a huge pain in the ass. Probably the bigger issue, though, is that CD burners were an exotic, highly expensive item until the late 90s, at which point DVD had come out. Why bother
Finding
putting
a new
R&D into
route.
a portable CD burner in 1998 when the new dominant format is clearly going
Go
to...
straight on.
That's just speculation, but to the best of my knowledge, video CD camcorders never happened. That's not to say, however, there weren't cameras that took CDs. This here is a Mavica CD350. You've probably heard of Mavicas as the digital cameras that shoot photos on floppy disks, but this one takes CD. Sony made several models that took CDs and CDRWs. I actually have...
Mind? I'll find a new route.
I had a CD500, which was a much
Turn
cooler
left.
model that I wanted to show to you, but it didn't work, and foolishly I took it
Turn
apart
left.
trying to repair it. That didn't go so well. So then I got this one, and it also doesn't work, at which point I realized it was probably the media at
Reroute.
fault, because all discs from this era have rotted. So I really wish I hadn't destroyed
Make
my
a U-turn.
CD500. But of course, these cameras aren't really intended for shooting video. They're just like modern still digital cameras
Okay,
that have a
let's
video
find a new
mode
route.
where you can shoot clips of short lengths, sometimes slightly longer lengths, but they're just an extra feature. It's not meant to be a video camera. This one can shoot 640 by 480 for about 5 minutes
Finding
before it
a
fills up
new
the
route.
disc. If you want to get longer runtime, you can go to a lower resolution. I don't know the exact resolution, but I believe it's 160 by 120. Now, I can't get this to record video, but I think that would look just about like this. I'm not sure you'd ever want to shoot video like this. Yeah, you get a longer runtime, but what are you going to do with it? Also, it does not produce video CDs. Instead of recording ISO 9660, this shoots normal AVI files in the UDF file system, so you can read them on a computer, but as far as I know, there is no box you can put this in that will play the video on a TV. In conclusion, there are not really any CD camcorders. There was, however, one more consumer disc camcorder that made it to market. Barely, but it did make it. There was one model of mini disc camcorder, the Sony DCM.
Barely made it.
Sony didn't make any others. They
That
did
sounds
make
like a good idea, actually.
although they command kingly prices.
We have 9, 10 real world hours
Get one, but they did exist.
to make it,
They
so
sucked. They could only shoot maybe 20 minutes of video at the lowest resolution. I don't have any specs on that, but it was
we're fairly close.
The only thing you could really do with it was put it into your PC. I didn't find
Probably get hung up by this way station.
video players. So I don't think anybody really wanted this thing, and that's probably why Sony didn't make any more of them. However, it did come out in 1999, which predates both the CD Mavica and, in fact, the first DVD camcorder. So this was the first consumer device I'm aware of that could shoot video on disc at all. It wasn't good, and I don't know much else about it, and that just about wraps up our timeline for consumers. You could speculate that the broadcast market looked at all this stuff and just went, nah, that's too consumery, that's trash. And as far as I can tell, this does seem to be true. I was only able to find one single professional camcorder that made it to market using a consumer disc format. Although the advantages of disc media really seem appealing to the pro market, and I'm sure they were, the downsides of these media were really intense. I mean, you couldn't go out and shoot video of a train derailment and then go back to the studio and have to sit there for 25 minutes while your camera finalized the disc. You would throw that camera away. Pros also need high quality. At this time, pro video was being shot at between 18 to 25 megabits. I did the math, and that would fill up a mini DVD in about 8 minutes. A dual layer could get you up to about 15 minutes, but that's still not...
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a
These
coffee.
formats can't be knocked around the way that videotapes can, since none of them come in caddies except for DVD RAM. With that said, DVD RAM really does seem like it fixes all the problems. It seems like a super rad pro format. It's fully encapsulated, so it can't get scratched, it can't get dirt on it. You can just throw a bunch of these in your bag and not worry about them. It's got the necessary runtime if you use the full-size discs, which pro cameras are big enough to accommodate. It seems like a slam dunk. I've had this weirdly clear memory of a professional camcorder that took a full-size 12-centimeter DVD. You could see it spinning back here while you were shooting, but I've looked and looked and looked, and I must have made the memory up.
The only pro disc camcorders I was able to find were the NEC disc cam, which never made it to market, and then Hitachi did put out one camera that took mini DVD RAM, and it was called the CRD-10. Hey, that's me. It came out in 2003. The pamphlet boasts all the advantages you'd expect from disc media, and it took DVD RAM in the original permanent cartridge, but it takes mini DVD RAM, and I can't make any sense of that. Professional camcorders are big enough, they could have just put the full-size disc in there. I can't fathom why they didn't. Maybe they just wanted to reuse the same mechanism they put in this thing? Ugh, that's sad to think about. I can't find any mention of these in magazines, and I figure probably nobody bought them, not just because mini DVD RAM was not a great format for pros given its runtime, but because at that point it had already been superseded in the pro market. In 2003, Sony entered the disc-based camcorder market with a format you've almost certainly never heard of. Ugh. This is a Sony XD-Cam PDW F335. It's from 2006, but it uses the same medium they released 3 years earlier, and that is this. This here is Sony Professional Disc, and I'm going to cut right to the chase, it's Blu-ray. When I say that, I need you to both believe me and take it with a grain of salt. I can't quite prove this, but let me give you the facts. Blu-ray was already in development by the year 2000. Sony was on the Blu-ray forum. The specifications of Professional Disc are nearly identical to early draft Blu-ray. And most importantly, this caddy, there it is again, the goddamn caddy, is identical to the ones seen in pre-release versions of Blu-ray. Yes, the Blu-ray forum tried to saddle us all with caddies again. Basically, although nobody can quite prove it, it sure looks like Sony siphoned off an early draft version of Blu-ray because they were impatient to get a professional video format to market first, went off on their own, developed it into this thing, and sold it as an incompatible format. It's kind of like how we got Wi-Fi Draft N because nobody was willing to wait for the spec to be finalized, except unlike Draft Wi-Fi, this one actually got finished, got ratified, and was used for many years because it was up to the specifications that professionals needed. Just like every other attempt to saddle the public with caddies, it would have been ridiculous to retain these on consumer Blu-rays. But for the pro market, they're perfect. Pros are really hard on their stuff, and they have the money and the space for a more durable medium. The fact that you could drop this and it was completely sealed makes this really appealing. If you take a look back at DVD RAM, you can actually mess DVD RAM up by accident. If you're holding it and your hand slides like this, whoops, you can fingerprint the surface of the disc. Beats the hell out of a bare disc, but it's still not completely safe. This one, on the other hand, cannot be opened unless you use a tool to press this little release kit. And then you have to very carefully slide these doors apart. You can't do it by accident. Professional disc, or PFD, was basically indestructible, which is great because if you're a pro and you're swapping discs in and out of your camera rapidly and you drop one, you don't want it to get mud in it. And this wasn't a problem the way that it was for the consumer market because Sony made all sorts of equipment that took the PFD in the whole sandwich. You took the discs with it without the discs. What you just saw was actually footage from me taking one of these apart and trying to read it in a modern Blu-ray drive just to see if it would work. Somebody suggested I try one of the drives that's capable of ripping PS3 games. Apparently those are also not quite Blu-rays, but I didn't want to get into all that, especially because I'm certain that Sony made changes to this format. I don't think it's truly Blu-ray. As far as I can tell, they never made a PFD-R. They're all rewritable. That makes perfect sense, but what's odd about them is, as far as I can tell, they don't work like RW discs. You don't have to erase the whole disc at once. It seems like when you delete a file off of this, it actually does delete it like it would with RAM. Well, Blu-ray, as far as I know, is not capable of that, unless I completely missed something. If I did, I'm sure I'll find out in the comments. So Sony must have changed something that would have broken compatibility with normal Blu-ray in order to make it possible to precisely locate a spot on the disc. But I'll never know what because it's a proprietary format with no documentation. This does mean that there is no finalization process. Thank God. Regardless of how they did it, the fact remains that this removes the last few possible drawbacks of disc media. Since you don't have to finalize and there's no silly restrictions on erasing, you can use this thing just like an enormous flash drive. So the pro market was happy to snap these up, especially because they were really inexpensive. Although, conversely, if you wanted to read one in your computer, the only way to do it was to get a USB drive, which Sony sold for kingly prices. But it's the pro market, so who cares? Work buys it for you. So yeah, 23 gigs, not 25. That is the same size as early Blu-ray before they finalized the format. That's big enough for 2 hours of footage at 25 megabits, which is more than enough for pro use. It beat the hell out of the tapes they were using before this. And if you do manage to fill up the disc, you can
swap discs in about 5 seconds, and apparently the camera will keep rolling through that swap process, so you won't lose anything. Now, PFD started out in the standard def years, but it continued being used well into the HD years. And in fact, this camcorder here is my only pro camera that'll do HD. Now, it is interlace instead of progressive, and it is 1440 instead of 1920, but again, at this time, it was very hard to get 1920 by 1080 progressive. Nobody had it. It does look pretty good at this resolution. 1440 is fairly defensible. Here, let's check that out.
This is what it looks like, and frankly, most of the test footage, it looks so good I could probably mix this video into my normal shoots, and you'd never
Get
notice.
ready to turn
In fact,
left.
I did that in this video. Very slow close-up, like this one, this one, this one, this one, this one was shot on this camera. It honestly looks a
Turn
lot better
left.
than I expected for 2006. I mean, this is a pro camera, so despite not being the top of the line, it was probably getting a better sensor than any consumer device. But I'm still pretty impressed.
The only thing doing Marxist as being dated is that it has no digital video output. With modern cameras, of course, expect HDMI, and with pro cameras, expect HD SDI. Now, there was a submodel of this, the PDW F350, which did have HD SDI. I thought I was buying that when I got this, so I was a little disappointed. What I got instead was the one that does component HD, probably 1035i, because this thing is from the in-between era when not everything was going to be digital, so they made analog version despite it being a horrifying monstrosity. This
Keep
sucks for me
left.
because if the disc mechanism here ever stops working, this thing will turn into a pumpkin since there's no way to get quality video out of it. But that's my problem. Fortunately, the disc mechanism has not yet broken. It is still working. I shot a whole bunch of clips for this video on it, and it works pretty much like all my other pro cameras in every other regard. Just like my PQ camera, I can open a little door here and hit the thumbnail, show me all the files that are on there. I can play them back or delete them or whatever. But comparing it to the PQ camera raises some really interesting questions. Panasonic and Sony put out these two formats at the same time, 2003 and 2004, respectively. Now, I did a video on the PQ camera before, where I talked about how the flash cards for it were ungodly expensive, incredibly expensive. The smallest PQ card you could buy was like 1 or 2 gigs, it cost like $1,200. But as far as I can tell, one of these PFDs was 23 gigs and like $50. It's so much bigger, and I can't see any drawbacks to it. I mean, it's recording the same footage. I don't get why you would spend $2,400 on a Panasonic P2 card that was like a third the size of this. It took like 8 years for P2 to catch up with the capacity on this stuff, and I don't really get why they were still selling them that whole time. Who was buying them? If your option was to get one of these, I'm just not seeing where the plus comes in. Like P2 had that clever trick where you could put multiple cards in one camera, and then it would record from one to the next, you could swap it out while you were recording. But I think that's mostly because P2 was so small, you had to do that. A fully decked out P2 camera with the largest cards available at the time was still like a quarter the size of one of these. I don't get it, and apparently a lot of other people didn't either, because PFD wasn't very successful as far as I can tell. They made multi-layer versions, they kept selling these well up into the late HD era. They didn't ever make it to 4K though. As far as I can tell, that's where the disc story ends. The era of the disc camera appears to be over, and of course, good riddance to it, right? No one ever wanted these. People knew 100 years ago that someday we would have this, a box where you could just press a button, and it would enshrine in high fidelity the warmth and vibrance of life. You could return to it anytime you wanted. They didn't know how it would be done, but they knew it was coming. We don't like sitting around waiting for technology to get good enough to do what we want to do. We're very good at looking forward to the future and saying, someday we'll do it this way. And I want it now. The 90s and 2000s were a fascinating time when companies were trying to make stuff they knew would exist now, but they didn't yet have the technology. They were trying to make iPods before there were small enough hard drives. They were trying to make smartphones before there were fast enough wireless internet connections and fast enough processors. And the results are like Doc Brown building a refrigerator in the 19th century. We watch all these YouTube videos about gadgets that were obviously ridiculous, and they could not have done what they were trying to do. And we laugh at them, so why did they attempt to make this thing when obviously it wasn't possible yet? The answer is, they knew what was coming, and they didn't want to wait. And who can blame them? If you enjoyed this, consider subscribing, so I know you like this sort of thing. If you really enjoyed this, consider supporting me on Patreon, because I spend way more on these than I'd like to admit. For those who are already supporting me, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I literally couldn't do this without you. Particularly those in my higher Patreon tiers. I would love to shout you out, but that's getting logistically complicated. I'll tell you about it on Patreon. Here's some people who've been supporting me, however. I'll probably keep doing that. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. And everybody else, thanks for watching.
This This is me on the internet. I am recording video. Video on the internet.
I don't mean the Sony that makes Bluetooth speakers. I mean the Sony of the 80s, 90s, 2000s. The weird Sony who's constantly making bizarre products, trying to fill niches that didn't yet exist. They made sweet, strange, impractical things. It's always fun to look at them and wonder if they could have gone somewhere. Their weird features could become the standards of the future. I've done that with a few of their things, but this is different. At first glance, it looks like a laptop. It sort of is, and sort of isn't. At second glance, it kind of looks like a camcorder, and it sort of is, and sort of isn't. Honestly, it's a confluence of a lot of my interests, and above all else, it's a Sony. That you can tell just from looking at it. Pure Sony, at the height of the eccentricity. There's no question about that. And it's very strange, it's very exciting, very specific, I think very practical, and that wasn't always Sony's MO. Outlandish products. Take their mini-disc camcorder, for instance, which I covered before in a video. This was an impressive achievement because it had a complete video editing suite built in. I want to watch that video. Link right there. Nothing else like this was ever made, ever, as far as I know. Sony tried to create a future for camcorders that was much better than what we actually got, and they pulled it off. This thing works. It was just expensive recording time, which was kind of useless. By the time it was possible to make this device correctly, Sony had tragically forgotten all about it. And even though they couldn't make it properly, they did it anyway, in like 1999, simply because they knew JVC couldn't. The fact it worked at all made them look like magicians to those who were paying attention. Or take the Sony Plie. It's far less radical than this cam, but it still captivated my imagination ever since I saw one at a Costco in the early 2000s. When I later saw pictures of the UI online, I wanted so bad to see what this thing was really like. But I finally got one this year, and I found out that it's kind of slow and not that intuitive. And once you get past their UI customizations, you find out most of the software is clunky, primitive, Palm OS crap. I'm sorry, Palm fans. Yes, I had one back in the day before the iPhone came out, and I thought it sucked back then, and I still pretty much. And of course, it just has the usual Sonyisms, like despite having a compact flash slot, it won't play music off of anything but memory stick. Of course not. Why would it? I've also been told these were incredibly fragile, and I should feel lucky that mine is still working. So it seems like, compared to the iPhone, these were not the miracle, ahead of their time devices they looked like at first. But still, the PA made a lot of contemporary PAs that look pathetic, and that's the Sony we're talking about. The Sony that flexed. In a sense, at the turn of the century, Sony was trying to make the stuff that Apple would become known for later. Devices that felt incredibly well made, and more importantly, very expensive. But I would describe Apple's formula as seeing what people want and fulfilling it as succinctly and with as much polish as possible, while Sony was a legendary user of gadgets. Their mini-disc camcorder had an incredibly complex interface that required you to learn entirely new UI concepts, and the Plie has this wacky little rotating camera on it and a double-hinged display in a PDA. And on top of that, it's absolutely covered with little buttons and switches on all sides to the point you can actually forget that some of them are there. Sony's stuff was incredibly fiddly. But that's because while Sony did have mass-market products like the Walkman series, those didn't target the masses as it did. Rather, they targeted a specific set, a group of people who thought of their lives as technology-focused, the early adopters, the folks who built their houses with the latest things before anybody else had it. That was this Sony's bread and butter. Check out this press release where we launched a Sony-style magazine in 1999. A Sony-style magazine champions the accelerating convergence of content
Never
and
mind.
technology.
I'll find
Sony
a new
offers
route.
not only exciting new electronics products, but also
Go straight on. Reroute.
enjoy a seamless blend of music, movies, games, television, interactivity. Sony style is an enriched entertainment and lifestyle experience, putting fun back into future shock. Sony style has been redesigned as a lifestyle, entertainment, and personal technology magazine featuring actual experiences of Sony enthusiasts. They took the Pepsi approach. They invited you to join a community that
Go straight on.
pick the correct in-group, and together we'll all look toward the future instead of staying in the Stone Age like those people weren't like. Maybe that's all valid. There are several distinct groups in the world, and some of them are far more willing to make time in their life for weird, fiddly bullshit. That was Sony's stock and trade. This Sony is complicated little gadgets full of buttons and features that you have to figure out. And that is exactly what I have here, but on another level. This is singular. There is nothing like it in existence. And I say that not just because I haven't seen anything else, but because it wouldn't make sense for there to be anything else. It really makes sense for this one to exist. Of course, if anyone else did make anything like this, I wouldn't know because it would be documented on the English-speaking web, much like this one is. As far as I know, I'm the first person to cover it in English in depth, not just an occasional mention of a title of a company or a one-off tweet or something. So I don't expect to do it perfect justice in one go. In fact, everything I'm going to be saying is drawn from machine-translated press releases and documentation that's very thin and filled in with speculation and guessing. So please take this all with a grain of salt. But I'm still going to cover as much as I can because these are super rare and we should learn as much as we can. This one is here and working. So here we go. This is the Sony PCG-G21, released in, as far as I can tell, in 2000, and it isn't what it looks like. It is arguably a laptop, but not in many ways that matter. And it looks like one of those hybrids that switch from a tablet to a laptop, but it's not really that either. What it is tiny. I could be wrong, but I suspect this was the smallest fully functional PC available in the year 2000. It's certainly the smallest one I ever personally handled. Now, in the mid-2000s, the PC market started producing smaller machines, but most of those were, and are, based around sliding keyboards and other weird form factors. So, as far as conventional laptops go, I think the only thing that makes this the size might be like a pocket. If I did magic tricks, I think I could haul this thing. I think it's smaller than a portable DVD player. I think it's smaller than the Asus PC. I could list more things, but it's damn tiny, right? Let the record reflect. It's small. But despite that, it's still a more than a machine, so let's take a quick tour. So from the front, I can't say it's not that shocking, but if you ignore the obvious, the rest is fairly conventional. You've got a full travel keyboard, LCD display, and a traffic style mouse. We'll just table all this stuff over to the back because as wild as that situation looks, the left side is kind of more impressive. I think for a machine this size, they would have left something out, but they really didn't. We've got USB, which was ironically not universal by 2000. There's a mini VGA port that can apparently drive up to 1280 by 1024. There's headphone and mic jacks, and there's even a modem in a PCMCIA card slot. It's really better than you'd expect from some contemporary full-size machines. Now, a lot of this was fairly necessary for the time, but the card slot, that's extra. They could have gotten away without doing it. That slot takes up something like a quarter of the volume of the machine. So it took a lot of engineering effort to fit that thing. That right there is a flex. Continuing on, back has nothing other than the battery, but then on the left side, there's quite a bit actually. We've got a memory stick reader, a FireWire port, and TV out. Now, all of these things were not needed. All this stuff you can argue is kind of necessary in this era. All this stuff, they just stuffed it in there just because they could. So already you get that Sony energy. They just packed as much as they practically could into a very tiny package and then packed some. So we're off to a great start as far as computers go, but now we come to the elephant in the Sony city. This is the Sony Motion Op. That's actually just what Sony calls all the great Xperia phones. But this is a little different from those. Remember that Sony was a camcorder manufacturer. They made their own devices, including tip. And if I take this lens cap off here, compare the two, you can tell right away. This is no ordinary webcam. It does look of a camcorder lens, of course, but there's other flaws. This is actually a quarter 20 screw socket for
Keep
a
left.
tripod. And this little circular depression, that confused me for like a whole day after I received the machine. Until I realized that's where you keep your lens cap. Now that of course keeps you from setting the machine
Keep
down
left.
on a flat surface, but that's not what you're supposed to do with it. This isn't a laptop. This is a camcorder. And I know you're not convinced, and you're sure this is going to be the usual brick. This is just going to be a crappy, noisy webcam sensor from like 1996, dressed up in a trench coat so you can buy later. But it's not. It is far more legitimate. We waited long enough. Let's fire it up. It has a lovely little animation, a sound effect, and then a fan of hard
Keep
drive
right,
delays that never go
and
away.
then turn
I
right.
don't know if they were this loud when the machine was new, but they're pretty bad now. Maybe my audio processing will filter out in post.
Turn
We'll
right.
both find out together. It runs Windows ME, Windows ME, Windows Millennium
Keep
Edition.
right.
I should come up with one that nobody will agree on. The machine runs Windows ME. I should tell you up front that while this screen is only 6.4 inches across, if you can believe this, it does 1024 by 768, which had to have been a pretty absurd dot pitch from the internet. It still looks
Keep
outstanding.
left, and then
I'd love
turn
to show
left.
you the camera first, but there's a lot going on in this UI that you need to know about, so we got to tour the machine a little
Turn
bit
left.
to get our bearings. See, on boot, it looks pretty busy. It's got the usual internet service provider ads and manufacturer support apps. And it also looks like there's a bunch of floating crapware windows, but it's really not as bad as it looks. This thing in the middle, this is just a big product registration button. That's part of the default list. In the lower right, this is the Windows IME component and the Japanese text. So those are harmless. And the thing in the upper right, that's an essential part of the machine. See, as you're going to repeat, this is not a laptop. It's a piece of portable consumer electronics. So the mouse and keyboard are not its own interfaces. There's also a jog dial on the side of the monitor. This is sort of like what you find on camcorder. Roll up and down, click it.
Keep left,
And this
and
dial
then
is
turn
tied
left.
to the window, which is a pretty powerful little thing. At first glance, and knowing how
Turn
sort of
left.
customizations usually go with PCs, you might assume this is nothing more than an overwrought launcher, just a place to put programs to access them slowly and awkwardly and differently from every other computer you're going to use, instead of just going through the start menu. And it's partially that, but for a good reason. And it's quite a bit more. You can get to system controls like brightness, volume. It actually has a megabass option, like a CD player, which I find incredibly funny. You can switch to open windows, close windows, shut down or hibernate the machine, a bunch of stuff like that. Too spicy. But the dial is context sensitive. So the open included media player called Media Bar, the dial notices previous, next, and play pause controls. And it sort of works with non-Sony apps, but not really. Like the jog wheel will tap through controls, but you can't really interact with them properly, so it doesn't do much to it. It does, however, include some customized dial-specific apps. So instead of Explorer, you can use the file
Get
browser
ready to turn
send
left.
more of a video without having to fiddle with the tiny mouse and tinier cursor. Also, there's a program called Visual
Turn
Flow.
left.
Can I get a radio check?
You can use the dial to explore your PC in any folder
Loud
with
and clear,
videos
boss.
video clips. You display the thumbnails in this
10-4.
very
What are we
polygon
hauling?
style. Other than viewing media, you can use some file management, open a file in external viewer,
Here we
that
are.
sort of thing.
Safe
Oh
and
no, I just started my truck up.
After that, because the remaining
Trying to see
dial
what's good
apps
out
are
there.
more like
What you thinking?
wallpaper changing, which looks like
You got a
Metal Gear
reefer?
Solid and makes loud whirring noises when you do anything. It's kind of cool,
Got
but
a
also
triple
pretty
low boy
silly.
on me, but I
The
could
rest
get a
of the
reefer.
dial apps are similar.
I mean, I got a
After all,
triple low
this
boy.
isn't what the jog dial is. It's really
You wanna
for
pull
operating
those?
camera, and that's what you came here for. So let's get to it.
Let me hop in a different Kenworth, and I'll swing around and grab my trailer. I'll
The
come meet
motion
you.
eye is mounted in this pod that can tilt up or down over 180
10-4.
degrees. I'll show you a little of why that is in a bit.
10-4.
And it has this ring at the front that you use for manual focus. In addition, we've got these controls over here. There's the jog dial I showed you, then there's the
Where are you
capture
at?
button, and then there's a zoom control. To start recording, all we do is hit capture anytime, and it'll launch the built-in software, which is called
I'm currently
UREC
in
Site.
Portland, Oregon.
Weird name. It does take a while to start up, like 20 seconds, and I've actually missed some good cat videos because of it, but
Let's do this.
here it is.
You want
Now,
to
by default, this is in still photo mode for some reason. It has 3 modes, still, which takes 640 by 480 JPEGs, long movie, which is for normal hard drive-based video recording, either 640 or 320 by 240, and net movie, which records much smaller files intended for sending over the internet at only 160 by 120. Now, this interface is largely designed to be manipulated with the jog dial, so we can just go down here and pick movie. It takes a few seconds to go into that mode as well. Now we can start recording. Hi, this is video being shot on the GT1.
Recompute.
And the first thing you've noticed is the frame rate is terrible. Yeah. So this is shooting at 640 by 480, and for some reason, it only goes up to 15 FPS, and I'm not super sure why. I don't think 640 by 480 at 30 would have been that much of an encoding burden for a CPU of this era, and I have some ideas about why that might be, but we'll come back to those at the end of it. Now, it's not impossible to make good-looking videos at 15 FPS with a little care.
Keep
I've got a demo
and
at the
then
very end of this
turn
video
left.
where I show you that you can make beautiful footage if you put some effort into it, but nobody really wants to shoot video at 15 FPS. Unfortunately, there is
Turn left.
Welcome back. This is 320 by 240 mode, which fortunately records at 30 FPS. Look at all.
Are you down here yet?
And honestly, it doesn't look that much worse than 640 mode. Like, the bitrate on this is pretty generous. I think this is using 6 megabits, where the 640 by 480 mode is only using 10 megabits. So there's not that much difference. Both of them are encoded with MJPEG in an ADI container, which was pretty dang common at the time.
I'm pulling out of my
MJPEG
garage.
looked a little bit better than some other codecs that were around back then. And in fact, at 10 megabits, if I did my math right, I think you can record something like 5 hours of video on this machine's 20 gig hard drive, and I think that beats pretty much any other portable recorder in existence at the time. So that's neat. I would say personally that this video looks
and
great.
then
The
turn
camera's
left.
biggest weakness is actually the internal mic, which I might not even be using right now
Turn left.
in the video because it's been pretty rough in my testing. The picture itself, however, it's fairly low noise, it's got great color, and I'd say it beats any webcam I've used from this era, which makes sense.
You already figured out where we're going or not?
I would say that more or less this looks like a press picture digitized from a real camcorder. That is what this is, an actual genuine
California.
which I will now
Crawler.
I mentioned there was a zoom slider. Now on a webcam, if you had one of those, which you generally wouldn't, that would just digitally zoom
Where is
in,
it at?
you just crop it down and then scale it to the screen.
Follow you.
But watch this. There is no webcam in the world that can do this. Not that you would want to do this necessarily, but this is honest to John optical power zoom. And that's a bright line that separates the kittens from the cats. Unless you want to count like conference room PTZ cameras, webcams just don't get optics like this because it wouldn't make any sense. They all just get a fixed ultra-wide lens because their only purpose is to record someone who's sitting right in front of them, which this camera can't do very well. Like, check this out. I have to be this far away from it in order to get myself in the image at all because its minimum zoom just isn't very wide. And in addition to that, look at how the camera's mounted. If you had this on the desk, it wouldn't be able to tilt like this. So it'd be pointing down at like your chest or belly. I had to put it on this little stand here to use it at all. And even with it on the stand, it's all the way over here to the side. So if I'm looking directly at the machine, the camera is going to be pointing off to the side of me here. In order to actually point it at myself, I have to rotate it like this. And now the keyboard's pretty weird to use. And even if you were using it like that, just look at the software. It's a full screen app. You aren't going to use this while you're doing anything else. There's only so much selfie vid anyone wants to take anyway, and you'd never need a dedicated full screen program to do it. Now, you can use this camera with other capture programs, but that's just not what it's for. It's not a webcam, and this isn't a laptop. Sony wasn't selling it as one. They were selling it as this. I know, this looks like a tablet PC, but it isn't. Because this screen is not touch sensitive. And there's no stylus hidden away on here because you don't operate a camcorder with a touch screen. I mean, that would be ridiculous.
This
right?
truck?
Completely absurd to operate a camera with a stylus. like
who would do that?
the high 200,000.
Sony's made this camera used a little touchscreen for pretty much everything.
I can't remember, bro. Like 250 after all the upgrades and whatnot. I'm not sure.
And
I
we
can't
have
remember.
those. Notice that the inputs I've been using, the dial, the button, the slider, which were awkwardly choked up on the side of the display, are now comfortably located
This
under
bad
my
boy,
right thumb.
625.
Not really, since this power cord is hanging out the side, but the battery died, so what can I do? Meanwhile, my left thumb is over this little button pod that we've been ignoring up until now, and suddenly this laptop has become a piece of consumer electronics designed to fit human hands, sort of like a more boring game. This is how you're supposed to use this device, as we can see from the brochure. Now it all makes sense. You hold it with both hands with the lens pointed away from you, like this, and you look at the back to frame your shot. It looks a little weird, but it's really no different than the ViewCam series that Sharp sold for a decade plus, complete with the pivoting lens that makes it possible to hold the camera above or below you and still get a shot without having to struggle to see what you're shooting. Of course, in this mode, you can't reach the keyboard or the mouse, and that's why we have the hardware controls. The jog dial here lets you access the various settings. The interface here, the buttons over here.
We got about 52 miles before we could pick up
But
the
this is where things sort of start to break down. So first, we've got two menu buttons.
Okay,
one on top and bottom. The first one brings up the shooting settings, and you can switch modes from here, like
keep
resolution
right,
or
and then turn
movie,
right.
but it's awkward. You can reach the menu options with the jog dial, sure, but then once you actually select one, it usually pulls up these dialogues. And you can't actually really navigate
I'm up here at the
dialogue
top of
properly
50.
with
Turn
the
right.
jog dial. So this isn't all that useful if you
All the way
can't
up to
reach the
55.
keyboard. And then there's a bunch of options you can't adjust from here at all. Like, I couldn't find a way to adjust the white balance or focus mode without going to the Windows control panel and opening the Sony Motion Eye control panel using the keyboard and mouse. It's
Go
technically
straight on.
somewhere in the little jog dial menu, but even if I could read Japanese, I think it would take like 30 seconds to get there. So this seems like kind of a misfire. Like, you'd think they would have gone deeper and customized the whole interface to work with the jog dial. I don't really know why they didn't. The other menu button opens the global menu.
Keep
You
right.
can switch UREC site between two operating modes, which we'll discuss later.
Tell me
Shut the machine down.
that car just came up beside me and I did not see it.
The remaining A and B buttons are soft keys, but you can find them as far as I can tell. One just cycles with the still
park
long
up beside.
net meters.
Short little thing, you better watch
The
out.
other is for switching video effects, which isn't exactly a critical shooting function, it's a pretty clunky one. The camera offers a bunch of not so typical image filters. So you've got your like invert colors, which is pretty common, but then you've also got
Yeah, you just cut me off to get right back into the left lane.
distortion effect.
That little
old scratches
kind of looks like a
this animated
came up on my passenger door. I couldn't stand it, you know, we got big hood.
And this weird
Yeah.
color plus
Oh shit. I'm sitting there like, what's grinding me? And then he finally pops out in front of me and I'm just like,
so apparently
fuck he
it's
come
so
from?
startling that sources will continue to do it in 2040. Even stranger, instead of resetting a filter and then pressing A to toggle it on and off, press A to pull up this menu, and then you have to jog through it and select one manually every time. And then to turn the effect back off, you have to pull the menu up again, go down to the none
Yeah, I'm at
option,
40.
which is
We
the
got a little
third
bit of traffic
setting,
Keep
up here
right,
anyways.
and manually
and then
select.
exit right.
So
Got a
this is
couple of deaths
puzzling to me. Sony went to a lot of effort to design sensible controls
Exit
for this
right.
weird hybrid device. This is pretty cool, and they could have made this work pretty well, but then they bound things to pretty
Turn
absurd
right.
functions that
Slow
I don't
down to
really
like
know
25
why.
down
For
here.
instance, the
Don't know
A
how to
button
go.
changes filters when you're in net movie mode. In long movie where it doesn't work, it does nothing at
right.
all. It
You
just
gonna come
plays
up on
the
the little
Windows
hill?
dim lines.
So I'm just pulling up right now to this job site.
Of all the things they could have done with that,
I've loaded there a
nothing
couple of times.
was a wild decision. And given their experience with real camcorders, I don't really know why they screwed this up so bad. Now there's two other main modes in UREC site, and the second one is, of course, the review mode. You can go through the videos and pictures you've taken and play them back. And again, this is pretty clunky. It has to load all the thumbnails for everything before you can do anything, and it's incredibly slow. But on top of that, it seems to organize your files in reverse chronological order. So the first file in here is always the last one on the folder, which doesn't make any sense. And you might think you can just roll downwards to get to the first file in the folder, but nope. You just get the ding. Instead, you have to wheel one at a time through all 40 or 50 or 300 files in this folder to see what you just shot. Again, they had made camcorders at this point that worked better than this in this exact situation as we saw. And ironically, the third option in here is actually incredibly smart. It's a web browser that goes directly to the HTML help file. So you can actually move through this using just the jog dial, it doesn't make you fall back on the mouse, and read everything about how to use this program. So it has a strange mix of very good UI decisions and very poor ones. Now, putting the UI to one side, the camera itself deserves a proper demonstration, not just pointing it at my face. So I made one. I went to Seattle's Kubota Gardens and I did my absolute best to make this device shine. And I've got a 10-minute demo at the end of this video, which you'll see after the credits. But let's take a peek at a couple clips right now. Now, I've been told that video codecs, particularly older ones, struggle with fully. And it seems like this handles it better than the other digital camcorders I've tried, which tended to just fall right to pieces. Trees and bushes look pretty good on this. I'm also really impressed at how well it renders the sky and clouds. And that's no kind of
I'll go down there with you guys.
But I just think they come out really nice.
Oh.
Now, at 15
because
FPS,
yours says unknown job.
Very poorly. For any serious action, you kind of have to reconstruct the events in your head. This is definitely a weak point, and even for less busy scenes, the illusion of motion could be a little weak. When we go to 320 by 240 mode, the increase in frame rate more than makes
I'll
up
quit
for
the job and then I'll find us another long run if you want to do that.
Overall, I think this looks like an okay camcorder plugged into a PC capture card with the typical crushed color and dynamic range that you'd expect. There's also some really bad dramatic aberrations.
Ready to
trailer. You can see these purple fringes on the bright edges in some scenes, and the sensor isn't delayered very well, which means that small details like branches and twigs tend to have green and purple like dots over them. So it's definitely a step down from, say, a contemporary Firewire camera. But if dealing with
he's already about halfway through that trip. I'm not about to start that.
There weren't a lot of options. Didn't want to deal with video. There was a Hitachi MPEG cam, which I covered in a previous video.
Great job.
Completely unusable. This on the other hand is pretty decent, especially if you're uploading the video to the web. Although I admit my perception of this could be colored by the fact that I really want this thing to be good. I don't know whether you agree with my opinions, but I think this is a genuine, honest-to-God camcorder just pitched to a fairly unimpressive software suite with a curiously underwhelming recording format and one set of controls. I think it's fair to say that Sony stopped short of finishing this thing, and that's weird. But the question you should be asking is, why build it at all?
Can't quick travel while you're on the up.
PC glued to it? Well, one feature is editing. This machine is clearly portable.
Go straight on.
If you wanted to record video in a studio environment, there were other options. You didn't need a special camera laptop. But if you took this out on a trip or something, the ability to edit down lots of vacation footage to a short, snappy trailer from a hotel room, that'd be pretty cool. Well, smartphone-style SoCs were in the infancy at the time, so there wasn't a lot of mobile power in most electronics, but the miniaturization of PC hardware
Keep left,
here
and then turn left.
could bring a complete editing suite. Notion.
Turn left.
Windows Me included Windows Movie Maker, which was more or less Microsoft's equivalent to iMovie. You could do cuts, transitions, titles, etc. But it wouldn't be very Sony to just abandon it with some OS package. Meet Sony Movie Shaker. The name absolutely baffled me for a while until I took a close look at the logo. And see, you put the video in the shaker, you add some ice, and the next thing you know, you're doing film strips to the wind. This is similar in purpose to Windows Movie Maker, but it's a little dumbed down and has a much simpler visual style. The Sony style, if you will. This offers nothing like modern editing. There's no multi-track editing, no rolling timelines. It's just a way to plug together clips you've shot and add a little flavor. You can replace the soundtrack with music, you can add the usual visual effects, early colors.
Never mind. I'll find a new route.
Preset animated titles. There's actually a pretty clever system for filters. You can drag them to this stack to queue them up, and then for each one you can set the in and out point. shoots. You can have the wacky spotlight effect appear for one segment and the JavaScript fire effect for another. It's certainly not as flexible as commercial software, but that's not what the meant to be. It's just a way to shake up your video. In fact, there's a button just for that. If you just want to quickly make something show off, all you have to do is drag each of your clips into the media bin, choose your desired mood from romantic to neutral to wilding out, enter text
and then exit
hit
right.
the button to shake it. Movie shaking will now splice segments of your clips together at random.
Exit right.
Various effects, splashing your text all over and finishing it all off with one of 5 preset backing tracks to fit the mood, anywhere from wacky party time to soft romantic tribute. Guest, it was extremely early, the earliest food streaming aware of. But in 2000, Sony built a large-scale streaming video distribution network called Castdrive, and Percast TV was a service riding on top of it that aimed to do what Twitch does now, to enable individuals and businesses to live stream video to a wide audience. Examples from the press release suggest you can broadcast your wedding to friends who and watch club events and enable new means of communication in schools and clubs. Let's be real, had this taken off here, all of that would have been churches. If you don't know this, the worship market is an enormous buyer of AV equipment. The Mormon church actually built their own webcasting network before any...
My fucking microphone's been off since I left. I'm pissed. I hate that I always fucking forget that.
Churches have completely multi-channel systems, and every manufacturer now has a dedicated house of worship division on their website. So, had Sony pushed this product...
I've been talking this entire time. I fucking hate myself.
Maybe things are different in Japan, but one does wonder what the reality of the streaming would look like. Let's consider the following. Back in 2007, one of the first successful video streaming sites, Justin.tv, was launched solely as a platform where Justin can broadcast...
Damn, it's been off since I went and got coffee.
...for everyone to watch. Sort of a real-world and consenting version of the Truman Show. Before long, they opened up the site to the general public, who were encouraged to live-cast themselves. And some did, but of course, topic drift happened. People started doing other things. Just a few years later, in 2011, they took the then enormous gaming category, split it off, and named it Twitch. Of course, Justin.tv is now long gone. It stuck around for a while before being subsumed by the popularity of video game streaming. And while Twitch still hosts lots of non-gaming content, statistics suggest that it's less than half and possibly less than an eighth of its total catalog, depending on how you interpret all other video games. Now, this next part is not meant to suggest that video game streamers don't work hard. Harder than I do. I've done one 12-hour stream in a moment's notice. I think a lot of these people do those on the red. But the advantage of playing video games in front of an audience is that you're provided with a sort of ever-present conversation problem. And on top of that, it's something you're very familiar with and might have been doing anyway. So, in a sense, life casting did happen after. Certainly, people find plenty of things to talk about other than the game they're playing, but it provides a baseline that you can fall back on if you have nothing else to say for a moment. And that, in my observation, is why the 2010s streaming explosion happened. For every person who can program, schedule, and carry a talk show, a cooking show, a variety show on their own, not to mention people who can actually get the spaces to make those sort of things, build sets and whatnot. There are countless other people who aren't up for taking on a dozen jobs like that or just can't get a studio space. Organized live shows are not for the faint of heart, but it's easier when a chunk of your content is essentially media content, which an awful lot of people are using. In a nutshell, most people aren't really up for making their own quote-unquote television shows, and the modern streaming landscape exists largely because video games provided something between a leg up and a running start. So without that bolster, I wonder exactly what people were likely to live stream in 2000. Since there's no options on here for switching to camera inputs or for casting content on your screen,
He's politely saying that video game streamers have no talent, and I agree.
single camera type shows, and I wonder what people did within these constraints. I tried my best to find out what Percast TV was actually using, but it's tough. This is so far outside the bounds of what the English language pays attention to, and it was so long ago, 21 years, there's just nothing out there. Google, Internet Archive, newsroom searches, they don't turn up anything. Maybe the info is buried in some Japanese magazine or forum, but it's all wrong. They had a website for private broadcasts viewed by the individual.
Oh shit.
In both cases, I think we had to apply for time slots probably due to limited capacities.
That put the fear of God into me.
Massively parallelized computing and data centers. Sadly, I can't verify any of that. Almost total speculation. I do have a quote from the magazine, however, that says that Percast TV billed about 1,500 to 8,000 yen per 10-minute broadcast slot, depending on your maximum number of viewers, and the streamer paid all the fees, not the fees. So that's about $1.20 to $6.50 per minute, which actually seemed fairly reasonable, all things considered, given that bandwidth was much more expensive in the 2000s, and most people were still this wouldn't have seemed too outrageous. Now, as for the technical details, it's pretty straightforward. To start a live stream, just go to the menu, select the direct site you want to cast the broadcast. Now, this comes up to a web interface, and apparently this will be the default version of the Percast TV website, so you can see when your time slot goes into it. Then once you got there, you just switch to the casting. Now, since Percast TV is gone, I don't know exactly how this would have worked, but as far as I know, you would just press the capture button and go on air. And that's pretty much it. The only other difference here is the effects. For some reason, there's a bunch of effects that aren't available in the normal recording mode, and they've also altered how the live thing works, so it makes a lot more sense. The A and B buttons are now both effect triggers, but they pick effects and produce two different colors. So you have to reselect them like you would expect, and press the buttons to fire them off. Now, the column A options are all one-shot video clips that overlay on your screen. So if you pick Happy Birthday, it just overlays this and then it goes away. And there's a bunch of them here, a lot of which don't make a whole lot of sense. I don't know what that's supposed to represent. I'm not sure what this terrifying green flame mask is. We do at least have an explosion, a dynamometer that that. All the key effects, however, are continuous. They have the one at the same time, which are gone. Although you can roll through the list and pick another effect to jump directly over. This actually makes a lot of sense. This is far more intuitive than the other effect. Kind of makes me think that they really designed this and then sort of half-assed converted it for recording. Which would kind of make sense if this was intended to be a streaming device. And as far as I can tell, that's pretty much it. Since you can't switch cameras or title cards or anything, something like OBS video can be broadcasting or not. So I think this is everything this can do, since most of the business network service is gone. But there are some intriguing details about how you can edit. Caster drive streams will go into 160 by 120 field rate, which is a lot of streaming. But it's not clear to me what bit rate. Sony's brochure says it required 64 kilobits of bandwidth, but I think they were just playing it safe. A review I read claimed there were much lower bitrate options, although at that resolution, I think you really need all the bits you can get. And, well, dial-up, which was the most common form of internet access at the time, could barely manage any of those, especially after the network opened, and it certainly can't do 64 kilobits, so I think it's safe to assume you would have wanted, if not needed, broadband, and that wasn't all that common. I can't speak for Japan, but in the US it was pretty dire. I had DSL, but very few other people did, and it was pretty pricey. I know in Japan it wasn't exactly universal either, but from what I understand, which isn't much, there was much better availability of ISDN. That was a digital telephone service that was basically more popular in every other country than it was here for nebulous reasons. It provided two digital channels that could be used as phone lines or as 64 kilobit data channels, or bonded into a single 128 kilobit channel, providing a sort of proto-broadband. That was more than double the speed of the dial-up connection and more than enough for caster drive. So the aforementioned article recommended it, but it also suggested it might be something called ATS. I had to look this up. I'd never heard of it. Apparently in Japan, before the 90s, in the late 90s, there was a whole screen trying to sell what they called personal phone system. It provided mobile phone service, and starting in 2001, data service speeds about 32 kilobits per second. That wasn't amazing, but it outdid magnetic speeds in 2G networks, and if the bit rates in the article are to be believed, it would have been enough for mobile broadcast rate. And in fact, another article says that they were able to broadcast for about 40 minutes on one battery charge, despite needing to also power the VHS card, so this apparently did work. So this answers the big question, which is, why is this thing so portable? Sure, if it was just a fancy camcorder, then the size would make sense, and the smaller the better. But if Sony really wanted this to be a streaming base station, which they seem to, then small size doesn't really help matters. Unless, of course, they wanted it to be a mobile streaming base station. In true Sony style, they predicted capabilities we wouldn't have until the 2010s. Even without our now ever-present LTE, we could take this little machine out into the world, walk around, recording someone shopping with hot fashion commentary, or doing acrobatics in the city center, and live stream it wirelessly to an online audience. And that is smoking hot. Sony tried to kickstart the internet streaming revolution, again in true Sony fashion, just a few years too early. If they waited just a little bit, maybe like Lonely Girl 15 would started life on one of these. But since they jumped the gun, they missed their chance at a significant role in internet. Or not, because a couple years later, in about 2004, the Sony Anycast came out. Also basically a specialized laptop, which had similar capabilities to the highly successful VTech TriCaster. Basically a portable, all-in-one live video switching and processing system that didn't require a fan's worth of support gear to do a live video thing. And it too was capable of direct webcasting. Sure enough, those did end up in churches. In fact, it's the first thing Sony suggests in the brochure. I don't know if any of the work that went into this thing really had any effect on the design of the Anycast, and I'm not sure how popular those things really were, but they sold a damn sight more than the GT1. I think that just speaks to the recurring truth of the video in the 2000s, which was that it was pretty much only open to serious professionals who willing to put in the time and effort. Since the GT1 didn't pan out, and the services are long dead, all we really have left here is a weird little piece. I can't really tell you much more about its streaming career, other than that it existed much earlier than it had to be right.
Keep left.
But there are a few other things we should talk about, even if they have nothing to do with that. First, let's talk about the rest of the hardware, since I kind of skipped over it, and I'm still going to skip over the CPU. I'm not ready to talk about that yet. Suffice to say, it's contemporary with the
Keep left.
This thing has 128 megs of RAM, and that seems to be stock. There's a cavity on the bottom, which I believe is a proprietary RAM upgrade slot, and that's empty. 128 megs was not incredible, but it was actually on par with some desktops, like Gateway's whole advertised lineup. Now, the hard drive in this thing is kind of impressive being normal. You might have assumed, like I did, that it was one of those sub-miniature ones that you find in mods, but those weren't around. The 1.8-inch high-capacity hard drive that was invented by Toshiba didn't hit the general market until 2002, although I think Apple got an early line on the iPhone. And that means that this machine actually has an ordinary 2.5-inch hard drive that you can find in any other laptop. I haven't had this open because I didn't want to break it, but I can't imagine how they fit one of those into this machine. It's like more than a quarter of the total volume. It's astonishing miniaturization. Needless to say, this machine has no CD-ROM. I mean, where would they have put it? But Sony made an external one, which connected via PCM to CIA. This guy right here. It's probably half the reason that slot existed on there, given that CDs were essential hardware still. The other half would probably be like Ethernet cards, that sort of thing. Now, funny fact about this, I didn't even know this drive existed when I got this machine. I had it for a while, I had no idea there was a CD-ROM available for it. But about 6 months ago, I was at BBC going through some bins, and I found this, and I just thought, that looks useful. Brought it home, threw it in a box, never took another look at it. But then while I was working on this, I got to thinking about it. I'm like, sure, I've got a drive. Went and dug it up. This is the exact one that was supposed to come with this system. It works perfectly. I actually used it to load up Linux in order to image the hard drive very slowly onto a USB stick, and I then put it up on Internet Archive if you're interested in checking it out, although most of the software refuses to run on anything other than this machine. As far as graphics go, the GT1 has a surprisingly good GPU. I kind of expected it to have the most basic video possible, but this was a $4,000 machine. And also, if you want to drive an external monitor, you sometimes have to go for an overpowered graphics chip nowadays. So for one or both of those reasons, this actually has a 3D accelerator. It's only a Rage Mobility M1, which was far from exotic at the time, making its way into plenty of crap Celeron machines, but it actually runs Quake 3 almost playably in 1024, and at 620x480, it feels like a hot damn. I mean, it's maybe 30 FPS, if that, that's all I ever got back in the day. The first time I ever saw 60 was probably 2010, so I got really used to playing games like this. I could actually get kills at this frame rate, so honestly, the gaming experience on here is not half bad. The speakers are nice and loud, and some light No magic. It's totally unusable. It would actually be better if they'd gone with the tactile switches with little pips on them like this, because this doesn't work. Conventional laptop keys are designed to make touch typing work despite having a compact design, but touch typing is impossible on this. I know my hands are larger than average, but the reviews on this were terrible. One review called it cramped and stressful. They went on to say that there's no reason to buy one of these unless you want a widescreen. Instead, it suggested you buy the contemporary TCG C1, which was the same size but used more of its real estate than the keyboard. Lastly, on the hardware front, I'm really curious how this camera actually works. I mean, on any modern PC, it would definitely just be a USB-attached webcam and a chip, but on this one, I'm not so sure. I suspect and would love to confirm that this is a DV camera running over a good FireWire connection. And in fact, when I got the machine, I had high hopes to be able to use this as a DV camera by just plugging a tape deck into the island port, but no dice, it's just a normal PC FireWire port. The capture appears to come in through a custom PCI capture device, so I can't tell how it works, but given that it displays the blue for a few seconds after you launch it, I think it's possible that this is DV internally, even though the standalone camera module just controls remote. All in all, this machine has specs that are not breathtaking, but are surprisingly uncompromising, which, again, it's not shocking given its price tag. You're paying for the nearly impossible and Sony delivered. So the only remaining thing here...
Oh, that's different. I'm used to him being on the right. I would have missed that.
Very little of it is related video, and there's a ton of it. I think it's the most heavily loaded manufacturing image I've seen in my life. First, we have to get the ISPs out of the way. In the US, we got drowned in Earthlink and AOL offers, but apparently in Japan, the fever pitch was nearly lethal. There are no fewer than 9 ISP ads preloaded on this machine, and some of them are wild, like this one that just does this when you start. I clipped it for Content ID, but it has like 5 clips of this song in it. So those are weirdly aggressive. The only other video-related apps on here are DV8 for controlling a camcorder and capturing video from it, and Smart Capture, which is a generic app you use either with a built-in camera or any web view. There's also a commercial-grade word processor, a digital image organizer, and a CD-ripping cataloging app similar to Music Match Jukebox. There are a couple extremely...
That river is beautiful.
Zip code finder, an app for
especially in the evening time.
And a live translation tool. There's also a fully 3D map and navigation app with the incredible name Navin using Sony ATS, which I of course don't have. It's a lot better than contemporary map software that I used. I would have expected it to maybe pause to load data from this because it moved around, but it's actually remarkably smooth. There's a few other tiny things like a program called Cybercode that lets you make little QR code-esque labels. Camera to launch apps and whatnot for the game. And finally, there's a community place, also known as Safari, which is an online social space that Sony created that used verbal virtual reality, modeling language, VR, ML, or thermal to allow users to interact in human worlds or animal empires. Now, the remarkable thing about all this software is just how much of this first part, almost all of the above, were Sony developed programs consistent with custom games, which is a remarkable amount of effort for throwaway packaged software, although I suspect a lot of those programs got included on other projects as well. And with that, we've heard just about everything we know about this machine, except what's wrong. This device hits so many fascinating points. It's a merger of PC and camcorder. It's incredibly small. It's from my favorite period in consumer electronics history. It's a Sony, and it even has a tripod on it. But it actually manages a double hat trick because the final weirdness is the CPU. It's a bizarre, forgotten little disaster called the Transmeta Crusoe.
Fuck, I needed to get off there.
Asshole for describing it like that, but I remember these.
Luckily.
By the entire press, and I always wanted to get one just because it sounded so bad. Now that I have one, I can confirm it sucks.
Luckily, I can hit it up at the next exit.
600 running at 600 megahertz. A little slow, but still a respectable clock speed for the era. But everything this machine does,
rerouting,
from booting to Open Explorer to anything related to video, is sluggish at best.
and then continue straight
opening
on.
the camera takes so long that I've missed tons shots.
Go straight
and I've
on.
never been able to play back a video file at full frame rate. I mean, I can't even list it all. It's just everything. It feels
Time
like
to
an
hit the
early
road.
P3 Celeron, maybe even a P2. It just drags. And I suspect that this poor performance is why it won't do 30 FPS at 640 by 480. I think Sony tried, and they found out the CPU just couldn't handle the encoding. Probably too late in development to walk very much of this machine back. So they just cut the frame rate in half and moved it still as it is. Now, it's not so bad in some programs, at least once they're fully loaded.
Go straight on.
Like I said, I was astonished at how well Quake 3 performed, but that game was a masterpiece of optimization in the first place. It's possible that the spinning hard drive is to blame, but I don't know. I don't think so. I've logged hundreds of hours on old laptop and older drives, and this one is still just dreadful compared to the other.
Keep right.
And that fits,
then turn
because
right.
the Crusoe was notorious for poor performance. At the time, I remember it being blamed on it having no native architecture. It's a very strange chip. It runs microcode that makes it behave like an x86 or a PowerPC or native Java device. Now that part is a fact, but if it is or isn't really slow, I can't tell you. It is, however,
Keep
very
left,
strange
and
choice
then
for
turn left.
competition. The overwhelming majority of x86 compatible CPUs have been made by Intel or AMD. In the 80s, there were a few other clones, but as we moved into the 90s, those pretty much dried up, and things really became neck and neck between those two companies. But in the late 90s and early 2000s, there was a brief period where competition suddenly reappeared for just a couple years. The Cyrix, the Centaur Wind chip, and the VSC3 all gave it a shot. I might have my years off, but it's close enough. In sort of the Pentium to Pentium 3 era, there were a few companies trying to get back in the game. And none of these were great chips. Despite trying their best to outdo the CPUs from the major brands, they all failed dismally. And then the Crusoe came out of nowhere with a totally left-field design that had no chance of competing. Its primary selling point wasn't performance, it was just a plane that could use less power, enable smaller laptops with longer battery life. But even so, the performance was atrocious. For what it's worth, the Astro reviews say they were able to live stream for over an hour on a single charge, which is pretty impressive. But, as a Mantech put it very succinctly, if a CPU uses half as much power but takes twice as long to do anything, what is it doing? The rest of the review says the chip was pathetically slow, just as we see in this device. This chip isn't even fully functional. Sony issued a notice that a bunch of GPU-1s made with
and then turn right
that would cause the recovery seat to fail to install, more or less breaking the machine. That sort of thing was more common in those days, even with Intel and AMD chips, but it still really caps off what a disappointment this thing is. All the same, it was a fascinating computer and one that's unlikely to ever be replicated. Will CPU manufacturer? I doubt it, ever. As time goes on, opportunities from hardware competitors come rarely to put it mildly. The graphics card market, for instance, had a dozen major competitive names in, say, 1997, but for the last 20 years, every successful GPU has been made by AMD and NVIDIA. See, that's why I'm going to buy an Intel GPU and plan to go, not because I need it, but because it's the first time anyone has tried to do something different in literally decades. And I want that box on my shelf another 20 years from now so I can drag it out and gleefully tell the story of the time that Intel tried to break the giant's stride. And hopefully soon we'll find out how my story is going to end. I couldn't get a Crusoe back in the day, but I always wanted one to put on my shelf because it was fascinating. A ridiculous attempt that was never going to succeed, and one that came at the problem from an absurd angle. And maybe that describes this Sony too. Sony was brilliant in the natural world of the commonplace videos created by casual home users.
Let's find a
They
new
foresaw
route.
what was coming, and now know ended up coming. And keeping with their usual philosophies, they tried
and
to
then
create it
turn
before
right.
the technology was really there. But like Transmeta, they decided to disrupt conventional television in the most ridiculous, unlikely way possible. A phenomenally expensive device, insufficiently task-oriented to be a good video platform, nor particularly usable as a PC. And that's what confuses me. As a Sony-style gadget, I understand this. It's the 30-year history of companies making uselessly small laptops and selling them purely on the basis of their size. So Sony was showing off their miniaturization. Very cool, but they could have made that flex on its own without combining it with their would-be editing stream box. As a type of computer, the GT1 is one wonderful little gadget other than its speed, and it would have solved the stratospheric crisis offered a viewfinder, battery life, performance, practical UI, and so on. But Sony didn't make it. Just this. Castle Drive only lasted a couple of years before being an incredible journey in 2003, leaving this machine orphaned, but really always had been. Other than the GT1, I don't think Sony made anything else that could stream on Percasting, although I admit language barrier makes it hard to confirm. So, was it a serious effort? Did Sony really want Percasting to take off? Did they really build all that infrastructure, get a building, employ staff and everything? Maybe even, as I suspect, bring in artists to create shows on this new network, all just to promote this thing? Or was the network the flex? Is that what they were really showing off? And if so, why anchor it in one device? Why this one? I don't know, and I probably never will. But with just the information you have, this is going to be one of my favorite gadgets for probably the rest of my life. It's going to have a place on my shelf forever because it's weird, and weird is all I want. But before we part ways here, I will show you what I think it was used for in its heyday. It's about 10 minutes of footage from Road Gardens after the credits here. I really think you should watch it. I'm very proud of it. I'm proud of what beautiful work this device can actually do despite everything. So I hope you like the way I told this story, despite or perhaps because of my embellishments. But remember, this is half speculation. So if you know better about any of this, feel free to comment below. Please don't repeat this is fact. You'll confirm yourself better than I can. But if you enjoyed this, consider subscribing so I know you're into this sort of thing. Appreciate that. Remember to turn on notifications if you want to find out when I upload new stuff. And if you really like this, consider supporting me on Patreon like these folks here. I couldn't have afforded to import this thing from Japan or to rent the studio to ship it to you without their help. So I'm very grateful to all of them and everyone else. Thanks for watching.
They're blowing their horn at me and shit. Come on, man. I got my fucking hazards on. What do you want? Think I'm blinding the people on the other side of the median? I don't give a fuck. Fuck them. I'm a jaded man on a rampage. I'm on a jam page. Not gonna lie, this road feels kinda dangerous at 65. Not that I didn't just run over a sign or anything. Nailed it. I think we just entered Montana. Fuck your Mustang, dude. You blow hard. Fuck your Charger. You blow hard. You know they're together. Fuck your Camaro, you blow hard. You know they're together. They're racing and the one made by GM's losing. I like Civics. Not enough to not blind him, though. Cost almost 1,000 pounds of fuel. So 300 gallons is about 2,000 pounds of diesel. Smoked him. Even with governor. Got an hour or two till sunrise.
I'll find a new route.
Somebody's here that I can talk to.
Bro, why can't I get this to activate? I'm sure you're saying something very interesting, guy. Got some congested traffic here.
Somebody, don't put AI in this one.
How does a kid even know what AI is? Jesus.
Somebody, please put something in. Is that you? I see like purple. So I wait whether it's okay, right?
Kid's obviously intelligent.
I'm going over for some AI. I'm going to my home, okay?
Wow, somebody already binned it.
Don't forget I'm backing up, okay? My crash.
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it. Smokey. Got a Smokey Bear. Gonna drive into a rainstorm.
Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right.
dude. Pulling in. I'm pulling in. Hi.
Turn right.
I'm coming in to get this too. Because my... Okay.
Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right.
Okay, Buster. Where are you? Now it's just like, what are you doing? Are you backing up into me? Oh, there you are. I see ya. I see ya.
Who the fuck is he talking to?
Where's everybody at?
Keep right,
Hi,
and then
Buster.
turn
Are
right.
you talking right now?
Turn right.
Yes, I can hear you. Also, we have the same truck.
Yes,
But
Turn left.
we have the same color. I don't know what your truck is, but I don't know what logo it is. But I like Max vendors.
It's all over.
Aw.
That kind of truck right there. Like, we have the same. We have the same color, right?
we do.
I hope we do a little. I hope we do a cowboy by working, stuff like that, like to find a place to work, like we have to like have some. You need to work, right? Like
Yeah, I need some.
okay, I might back up for you to go. Okay.
Thank you.
That's so funny. I don't even know why.
Hi, Buster. My brakes are... I need to upgrade my brakes, so... Me too. I need, like, good braking there. Hi, Buster. I need an upgrade. I need upgrading my brakes because it's not really good. Also, who put AI in this? Make it.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Hi, Buster. Where's the brakes? Like, I need to have like a stronger engine so I can brake even, right?
Yeah, you gotta make.
Hi, Buster. I'm I'm gonna click on the 38,530, but I don't have that kind. Okay. How do you get enough money?
It's fucking working. What the fuck do you think? That's horrible.
Good job.
Yeah. I need to stop my videos real quick, cause what? Oh yeah. I have videos going up, so I'm a YouTuber. Are you a YouTuber?
Kid watches too much Jake Paul. I wish I could remove...
Juggerman, why are you doing here?
Please, no more. sorry, fuck. Oh shit. It's funny because his name's not Bonner.
Bonner, 948, where do you keep your brake stuff in your truck config?
There are no brakes. You have to do the brake stability.
What's that?
No one's gonna tell him though.
Where do you keep
The garage is filled.
braking, like brakes, stuff like brake tips? Like I need good braking so I can brake even more. Also, I saw Buster. He was at the little mechanic shop. Like he was backing. I was getting fixed when he was backing up into the. Like I was fixed. Like I was backing up. He was backing up right into the parking spot of the sleeping thing. Like I pulled up right next to him. Like when I got some coffee and got up and like so I there was like in the spot so I can talk to him.
This reminds me of that one video, of that kid in the red shirt. It's like, have you ever had a dream where you do anything? Yeah.
Our friends, and also we both have the same color, but I don't know why he has the different brand. Like he's like has two trucks, one truck. I think he has two trucks that he bought. Like
Get this kid off your account, lady.
didn't sell it. Oh, but I can't even know, but he parentheses. I remember now. Parentheses. That is his new truck. Like his old truck was a Mac, color gray. Like he need to buy it. I think he bought a. Okay. Incoming bus broadcast. Like I don't know, but think.
That means shut up, is what it means.
Zip it.
Like,
for 2 minutes.
There's like a
Zip it. 2 minutes.
Somebody's.
Stop talking. 2 minutes, dude.
Stuart was tickling me.
Oh, that's kind of weird.
I needed the color of my truck.
Certainly we're being trolled right now, right? Certainly. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Hi, Buster. Where are you? Somebody. Also my engine malfunction.
What did he just say? Did he just say talk shit? They need to quit giving this kid Adderall, yo. What the fuck?
Can you talk to Drug
That's sad to me, yo.
Nat? He's going into the highway, okay?
Honestly, this kid's all fucking jacked up on something. And this is what happens when kids grow up on fucking Ritalin.
I'm following him before he decides that I'm following him.
You can lambast me all you want, but I'm not wrong.
Sorts of AIs like that. Yeah. Talk to Druggerman. I bossed it.
Man, look at these sad fucking dudes. I don't care how shit of a driver you are, Emma, you're on the team.
Also, I got a new. Really good. Also, the game keeps lagging. Water 948. Oh, come on. I keep crashing. Why? Oh, the AI has blood lights and stuff.
This is what happens when your kid grows up on Adderall and Ritalin.
Hazzy, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be not in this.
Hazzy.
Okay? Following.
Hazzy. Why does everybody fucking say Hazzy? It's clearly hazy, especially with the J after it, Hazy J. You should know. You should know it's hazy.
I'm panicking.
I'm
It's okay, right?
The kid said I'm panicking. That's fucked up. That's fucked up.
Following him. That's why I got to. I ran. Following you. Jugger. Not. I'm following you. Also, I'm up. Get behind you. Watch out. Also, I'm off the road, so be careful.
Ooh. I didn't mean to do that.
Drive safe. Turn right, and then turn left. Turn left.
Oh, fuck. That was the big scaries. Alright, where are we going? Utah? Oh, buddy.
Turn right.
That was way too fucking close, man.
Here we are, safe and sound.
Guessing I gotta back up in there.
Time to hit the road.
No problem.
Turn left. Ready to roll. Turn left. Keep right, and then turn right.
What?
Turn right.
Jesus. You people have a train problem. I would really suggest... Oh, red light camera. I would really suggest finding some other form of transportation there, friend. You know, planes exist.
Keep right. Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left.
Yep, we're going to St. George, Utah. We have 13 hours.
Recomputed. Go straight on. Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
Hey there, Dr. Trucker.
need to stop fucking around with the camera.
Hey there, Summer.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. your way station.
Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right. Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left.
Somebody want to explain the sudden train epidemic that seems to be not covered by the press? State Route 212.
Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left. Keep right.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Continue straight on.
It's the goddamn federal government.
Go straight on. Okay, let's find a new route. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Go straight on. Go straight on. Go straight on. Go straight on.
I didn't know if he was gonna try to merge.
Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left. Go straight on.
That's ridiculous.
Go straight on. 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 Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right. Go straight on.
Damn, I was gonna try to use this double lane to get ahead of him, but I don't think I'll be able to.
Go straight on. Go straight on. Go straight on. ready to turn left. Turn left, and then keep left.
I'm not gonna make it.
Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left. Keep right.
Oh.
Let's do this. Okay, here we go. Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left.
Holy shit.
Go straight on.
Wait.
Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left.
is this?
Exit right. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right. Go straight on. Keep left, and then turn left. Finding a new route.
Fuck. Now the question becomes, how the fuck do I get turned back around?
Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right. At the roundabout, take the second exit. Exit now. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right. where it ends. Let's do this. Ready to roll. Go straight on. Keep right, and then continue straight on. Go straight on.
Have a great day there, Summer. Have a great day.
Keep right, and then continue straight on. Go straight on.
Copy that, Robert Duck. I'm up here in Gillette with Summer and Snow. Pete, I think Summer and Snow is getting off now. I will meet up with you when I can.
Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right.
You're on the border of Utah and Nevada. Closest I can get to you is in Provo, Utah.
Go straight on.
Got you loud and clear.
Copy that. Can you hear me? Check. Mic check, 1, 2. 4. Gonna get a quick travel down to Cedar City and I will make my way up to you. I repeat, I'm going to get a quick travel down to Cedar City in Utah and I'll
You saw nothing.
Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right.
that a fucking slide? Is that a fun slide?
389.
That's wicked.
Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right. Turn right. Time to hit the road. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. ready to turn left. Turn left. Please, make a U-turn when possible. Reroute. Get ready to turn left. Turn left. Get ready to turn left. Turn left. Go straight on. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Finally, we are here.
shit is easy, son.
Drive safe.
Which of course is why I have parking on safe mode.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
But I don't have to go right.
Go straight on. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right.
He's not finna let me merge. Man, that was close. What a jackass.
Keep left, and then exit left. Exit left.
I second that.
Keep left.
Oh shit. That was tight. This is a goddamn convoluted mess.
Never mind. I'll find a new route. Go straight on. Let's do this. Turn left. Keep right. Keep right, and then continue straight on. Turn right. Rerouting. Get ready to turn left.
Alright, so I'm gonna stop at the scale and then take a rest
Turn left.
to be more efficient.
Get ready to turn right.
I'm gonna have to take some repairs soon.
Turn right. Turn left.
Oh, please don't. Those guys weren't gonna stop. I should have went for the semi and the bus.
left. Turn left.
Oh, sorry, buddy. I just cut off that car so bad.
Recomputing. Go straight on. Okay, let's find a new route. Go straight on. Keep left and then turn left. Finding a new route. When possible, make a U-turn.
Might as well take the opportunity to fill back up. Almost made a big oops.
Okay, let's find a new route. Never mind, I'll find a new route. Make a U-turn. Turn left.
That wasn't sketchy at all. Oh, and he's mean mugging. He's mean mugging. Fucking pig. Smokey Bear. Where are you? Smokey, Smokey Bear.
Keep left and then turn left. Turn left.
All you eat. Can I get a mic check? Mic check right here.
I hear you, buddy.
You know where any lot lizards are?
Dayton, Ohio.
Oh yeah, brother. I'm on my way to Ohio.
10-4, good buddy.
Which one's your favorite lot lizard?
The kind that smell like Cheetos and cigarette butts and are dead in my basement.
So that's where Stacy went, huh?
Bro, it's not about Stacy, it's about Stacy's mom, and yeah, she's been dead in my basement this whole time.
Stacy's mom does have it going on.
Bro, the most. I think that's the first one I've hit since I've had this trailer. out.
You guys ever had a train stuck on the railroad track before?
Negative.
I got a train stuck on the railroad tracks and I can't pass it.
If you leave the convoy, it should disappear, and then you drive over the tracks and rejoin the convoy or something. Because traffic is synced with the server. Thank you, I thought it might.
I had to leave the convoy, join the convoy, leave the convoy again, and then rejoin the convoy.
Well, I'm happy it worked for you, dog.
Can I join? What was that? How much does it have? I got $3 in a piss jug. That's why you're driving a day cab.
This dude's mic is unbearably quiet.
Still pulling just as much weight as you, buddy. I picked your load. How about you come do a heavy haul?
Keep right, and then exit right.
Oh, what a nice guy.
Exit right.
They're letting me merge. That's a fucking first. Damn. How come they can't drive like that the rest of the time?
Go straight on. Keep right.
Is this it?
It's all over now. Okay, here we go.
This is beautiful. Oh, look at that tennis rack. Tennis court, I mean. Fuck.
Keep right, and then continue straight on. Go straight on. Keep right, and then continue straight on. Go straight on. Keep right, and then continue straight on. Go straight on. Go straight on. Go straight on. Get ready to turn left.
I hate state troopers more than anything. Well, more than any other form of police authority.
You have arrived at your destination.
They're the most disrespectful.
Is now finished. Ready to roll.
Ooh, bumped it a little bit there.
Time to hit the road. Turn right.
Oh, it's a heavy one.
Keep right, and then continue straight on. Go straight on.
Looks like it might rain.
Keep right, and then continue straight on. Go straight on. Keep right. At the roundabout, take the first exit. Exit now.
This is crushing. I can barely get over 50.
Rerouting.
Oh, that was so close. Please just work. Yep, there's no way. Yep, I know.
Let's do this.
Well, this has turned into a right mess. I don't think you've seen messier messes. I'm concerned about hitting something again.
Drive safe.
I know that jackass was watching me. Fuck you. I did it, didn't I?
right. Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left. Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left.
Man, I am struggling with this thing.
Keep right, and then continue straight on. Go straight on. Recomputing. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Go straight on.
I got
Go
the
straight
bypass
on.
this way station.
Go straight on.
Copy. I got you, River. That's what's up. That's not a lane, douchebag. Well, you'll pull over and talk about it, okay? Pull over right now then, bitch. That's why you get that ugly lot lizard.
Keep left and then turn left. Turn left. Keep right. Go straight on. Go straight on.
Oh, rubber ducky, I'm coming pretty fast up behind you. I'm taking the left lane. I'm taking your left.
Go straight on.
I'm on your left. I'm on your left.
Go straight on. 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 Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right. Okay, here we go. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right. Go straight on. Go straight on. Go straight on.